for a moment, and you have fewer than 100 in the red. Take a look at what's leading. This is why we're higher right now. Apple, NVIDIA, Amazon, AMD. Those are your biggest contributors on a points basis to this rally, dragging the S&P 500 higher by about 0.6%. Then take a look at the downside. You have Eli Lilly, no surprise there. It's down 13%, taking 9 points off the S&P 500. Fortinet, I know you've been following that one, Matt Miller. Maybe we'll mention that because it's down 25% right now. Airbnb also down, despite, as you said, Matt Miller, $6 billion in share buybacks. Markets typically like buybacks, but not in the case of Airbnb. There's a lot going on there. But let's take a look at the sector breakdown as well. I think this is really interesting because you have all green, energy up at the top, tech, materials, the list goes on. Your sole laggard today is healthcare, and that is thanks to Eli Lilly, dragging the sector overall down by about 0.8%, Matt.
All right, a lot going on in this market, and there's a lot to come. e.l.f. Beauty is getting squeezed by tariffs. We're going to talk to the company's CFO, Mandy Fields, next, as that market cap is decimated as well. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the hardest part of being a CFO? It's hard to come up with that.
It's the vast responsibilities, the need to be engaged in different topics.
It's for remembering which audience I'm speaking to and what I can say in that context.
Your job is not just being the executive of the finance function, it's being an executive for the company.
I would say it's prioritization.
Complete the sentence. The hardest part of being the CFO is
telling people no, it's hard. It's the right thing to do, but it's always hard.
Being just like a touch of a heartbreaker, basically.
Yeah, we have a plethora of good opportunities. Some are really, really good, but as we strive for the great ones, sometimes the really, really good ones have to be left behind.
Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are doing a live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, also through YouTube and a simulcast on X Spaces. If you have a question, please join X Spaces. You can ask for the mic, and you'll be live with your question. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Help support the work that I do by making sure you share the links, that you ask your social media to follow me. You can help support all these free videos by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos I do are for free, so please help support the work that I do. In addition, get the great products that I have, the ebooks and the supplements, and even the course material that I created in pulmonology and immunology. So please help support the work many different ways. If you're overseas and you can't purchase the products that I offer for the supplements, a great way to help support is through donations and being a paid member to Patreon. I greatly appreciate it. With that said, let's go back to the news. We're going to be covering a lot of different stuff today, but let's just listen in on what's going on with the the financial markets.
And finally, Fortinet is getting a raft of downgrades on Wall Street after the software company gave a disappointing update to its firewall refresh cycle. Morgan Stanley downgraded the company to reflect the quote reset of expectations. The analyst also citing reduced confidence in the management team. You can see shares getting reset in a big way right now, down about 25%. Now, we also want to talk about e.l.f. Beauty slipping this morning after reporting a decline in profits thanks to new tariffs on Chinese imports. The cosmetics giant is also declining to give an outlook for fiscal 2026, citing tariff uncertainty. Now, these results, they put a pause on what's been a rapid multi-year growth run for e.l.f. And here with more details is e.l.f. Beauty CFO Mandy Fields. And Mandy, this is interesting because we saw a lot of companies pull their guidance back in the last reporting season, only to reinstate this season. You're taking a different route here, actually declining to give 2026 guidance. What more clarity do you need on tariffs at this point to have confidence in saying these are the numbers for next year?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me, Katie. From a tariff perspective, there still remains a number of outcomes on the tariff front. And until we have more certainty there, we're not issuing guidance. But what we did do this time around is give more perspective on what we expect for the first half of the year, since we do have better visibility to that. Our first half of the year ends in the September quarter. And what we said is that we expect our net sales to be better than what we delivered in Q1. We're going to have the addition of Rhode in those numbers as well. And we expect our adjusted EBITDA margins to be about 20%, which I think is pretty solid given the tariff headwinds that we're facing. Those adjusted EBITDA margins would only be down about 300 basis points on a year-over-year basis.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Rhode and that acquisition, because one of the questions that analysts seem to have was how much is organic growth versus just the acquisition of Rhode?
Right. And in the first quarter, I'm proud to say that we just delivered our 26th consecutive quarter of net sales growth and market share growth. We're really the only beauty company to be able to deliver 26 consecutive quarters of market share growth. So I'm very proud of that. And
we're going to go to CNBC. They're talking about a survey, All America Economic Survey, 45% approve President Trump's handling. Let's see what they're saying here. Handling of the economy.
Economic policies. Steve Leisman has the results of the latest CNBC All America Economic Survey.
Thank you, Melissa. 1,000 surveyed across the nation. Joe, across the nation.
Yep.
1,000 surveyed across the nation. Not just Americans, all Americans.
Oh, I see.
Not just the poorest people.
This has nothing to do with collegiate.
No.
All this time. Why did you do that? I was fine.
I feel comfortable retreading the same joke over 22 years. I would feel lost.
Yeah, I never do that.
I would feel lost.
I got 3 jokes total.
Cut some new material, would you? Both President Trump's overall economic approval ratings remain negative, despite a slight improvement in the CNBC All America Economic Survey for August. The president is also net negative on several key issues, from his handling of tariffs, inflation, taxes, and federal spending. Though economic views have brightened a bit. But the president's pain is not the Democratic Party's gain. I'll get to that in just a second. Let's take a look. Overall, the president, 46-51 on approval, disapproval. That's a 2-point net improvement. So within the 3.1% margin of error. Economic approval, 45-53. That's a 4-point improvement. But note that it's one of the first times that we had 2 or 3 tracks where the president's economic rating is actually below his overall rating. During the first term, it was always above it. So here are the ratings on the southern border. It's the one of the 7 issues where he decidedly has a positive, where Americans have a decidedly positive view. 53-44 approved, disapproved. But on deporting illegal immigrants, 49-49, an evenly divided nation on that. Tariffs, people are negative on that, 45-51. And this is an Achilles heel, I think, for the president here. Inflation and the cost of living and how the president's handling that. 37-60 to the negative side for the president. A lot of conflicting responses in this survey. Our Republican pollsters say it's like the survey was arguing with itself. Maybe this is the result of Americans trying to figure out their own opinions to these breakneck changes that are coming from the Trump administration. Look at this, for example, MAGA Republicans, self-identified, they 98% approve of deportations. Non-MAGA Republicans, that went down to 61%. So some argument within the party on that. Liberal Democrats, on the other hand, 97% disapproving of it, while 19% of moderate Democrats approve of it and 78% disapprove. Some of the negative numbers for Trump might be behind a modest improvement in prospects for Democrats next year in the congressional elections, but it is very early, and both the Republican and Democratic pollsters on the survey caution don't read too much into this right now, but here are the numbers. 46-48 were the numbers in April for Democratic control, and now it's 49-44 for Democratic control. So a 3-point gain. We're watching this. It's early days. They're not cautioning, though, against reading into these results for the Democratic Party, where net approval is the lowest that our pollsters have measured since 1996 for any party. Minus 32, net negative 32, including 25% of Democrats and 54% of independents who have negative views. Republicans just minus 9.
That's a really good fourth one too.
Which one? Independents?
Independents. Those are pundits. They're very rare.
But they're independent.
Independents. You just came up with that.
Independents.
You're like Sarah Palin.
On the economy, Joe, we saw a modest uptick in views on the current state and the stock market, but Americans remain pessimistic on the outlook, and 60% say costs are rising faster than their incomes. Guys, there's a lot of stuff moving around, and trying to nail down how Americans feel about this is a challenge, but I think this survey does a very good job of getting at it. We have interesting stuff on the economic views, and we also did some polling on the Federal Reserve, and we'll have that on the 1 o'clock show.
That's key.
And tomorrow, if you guys have time, I've got American views on AI, which is
Kind of
pretty
weird
cool.
to think that poorly of the Democrats, and they're still up for the midterms.
You know, Michael Roberts is our Republican pollster, and he says, be very careful. An answer to a question means different things to different people. I'll give you an example. Federal spending. Republicans are angry about the president's handling of federal spending. But what are they probably angry about? How much he's spending. What are the Democrats angry about? How little he's spending. When you see 25% of Democrats, for example, are angry at the Democratic Party, what are they angry about? Are they angry that the Democrats are being more like Republicans or not enough like Democrats? And the key question from a political point of view is, are they going elsewhere? And how motivated will they be to come out? And the thing that I think we care about around this table is, what does it all mean for control of Congress and the legislation that's out there? It's early yet, but we're tracking a slight improvement for the Democrats on that score, while their reputation or favorability rating plunges into places not seen before.
Let's see, I don't have anything to refutate.
Refutate.
That was her great one.
Melissa's an independent.
She's an independent.
I'm not a pundit at all.
Not a pundit at all.
Let's listen in on the U.S. nuclear submarines. Now, it's really important to understand on this development with the Navy between the United States and China, and even the declining aspects of naval forces for Russia. All right, so that's part of Yard Wars. Yard Wars, for the ones that haven't watched the intro video, Yard Wars is covering many things. One aspect of Yard Wars is the understanding of you're on a football field, and your yard is 3 feet. So you're moving 1 yard at a time, 3 feet at a time to get to the goal. All right. And you're going through adversity. Another part of Yard Wars is the battle between man versus man versus nature, and man versus himself or herself. Yard Wars deals with this parity issue in naval warfare, because it's the shipyards that make the ships. It's the yards where the ships are docked. And another aspect of Yard Wars is how elite institutions are changing the dynamics of politics through their liberal agenda. So these Ivy League institutions have yards where the students walk through between classes. So that's another element of Yard Wars. So let's go to the BBC talking about U.S. nuclear submarines. But before we do that, please help support the work that I do by getting the great products that I offer. I have structural nano silver soaps. I have 4 different types. One is the lavender, one's peppermint, and the other 2 are lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. These are great soaps for your health and wellness. It's something that I use every day. Very high quality. Please go to my store, get a few bars, use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. Also, I have great drops and lozenges. I have in stock the elderberry zinc. No matter what the season is, if you start having an irritation in your throat, it's important to mitigate it right away. The lozenges are larger than the drops. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household for the lozenges, or a few bags for your household for the drops. The drops are smaller. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, in honey and lemon, and also in cherry flavor. Very high quality, made from structural nano silver. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
You're gambling with World War III. Это нарушает нашу безопасность. Расширение. As a military strategic planner, bomber planning, you don't want politicians telegraphing what your next moves are going to be.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too.
A peacekeeping force does not exist with a ceasefire.
Russia has played down President Donald Trump's orders to move nuclear submarines closer to Russia, saying Moscow did not want to be involved in nuclear rhetoric. President Trump ordered 2 submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions last week in response to what he called highly provocative comments by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. So what could this threat by the US president mean in practice? Here to help us understand this better is our resident analyst, Mikey Kay, former assault helicopter pilot and senior officer in the British military. Mikey, great to have you on to talk about this. Let's start with President Trump's response then, the words that he used there. 2 submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions.
Yeah, the important bit of that very vague sort of sentence, Steve, is we don't know if Trump was referring to nuclear-powered submarines or a nuclear ballistic missile capable submarine, which is also nuclear-powered. So I wanted to start off by just looking at submarine capability, which can be split down into basically 2 components. There are hunter-killer submarines and there are bomber submarines. What does that mean? Let's go slide. This is a...
Your favorite TV shows are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
This is a US Navy hunter-killer sub. This is the Los Angeles class. This is actually in Pearl Harbor. Now, there are 2 other classes in the same class that the US used. There's a Seawolf class and the Jimmy Carter class. Now, this is known as an SSN, which is a submarine nuclear-powered attack. Okay, that's what the SSN bit means. So not nuclear. They do not carry nuclear weapons, but they are powered by a nuclear reactor, as I said. Now, in the case of the Los Angeles class, it has what's called a vertical launch system. If we go slide, I'll show you what that is. That's the front nose of an SSN, and they're the compartments in which TLAM, Tomahawk Land Attack Missiles, they're cruise missiles, they're carried in that, and they will be launched by these SSNs subsurface on their targets. Now, for example, these cruise missiles, the TLAMs, they were used by the US to soften Iran's nuclear sites, along with the B-2s. This class, though, isn't just about TLAMs. It's also used to target other submarines, for example, or above surface shipping, as well as surveillance and reconnaissance. So that's the first bit.
Yeah, so even if they're not nuclear, or if they are nuclear powered, not nuclear, they're still dangerous. But you mentioned the bomber class as well. Is that the class of submarine that carries the US and UK's nuclear deterrent?
Yeah, I think this is the most important bit to focus on. It is, and it's via, the nuclear bit is via a ballistic missile delivery system. Let's go slide. I'll show you what one of them looks like. This is the US Ohio class submarine, known as an SSBN. That stands for Submersible Ship Ballistic Missile nuclear, the nuclear bit being the important bit. It's the largest ever built for the US Navy. It's the third largest ever built in the world. And this particular submarine can carry up to 24 Trident II nuclear-capable ballistic missiles. The UK actually call this capability CASD, C-A-S-D, and that stands for Continuous At-Sea Deterrent. Now, the next bit's really important here, Steve. In terms of the US nuclear deterrent, these submarines form part of what's called the US nuclear triad. This triad, as well as the US bomber submarines, includes, let's go slide, two key strategic bombers. This one is the B-2 Spirit. And if you remember the shape of these are the ones that conducted the attacks on the Iranian nuclear site. So they can travel a long way. They actually travel from Missouri all the way over the target of Iran and back in one trip. The next strategic bomber that's used in the deterrent, let's go slide, please. This is the B-52H Stratofortress. Now, this aircraft can carry up to 20 air-launched, nuclear-capable cruise missiles. So it's quite old, but it's incredibly effective. And the third component of the nuclear triad is the land-based ballistic nuclear missiles. Now, coming back to Trump's comments, what's important here is when he's talking about repositioning subs, the submarine part of the deterrent is the least vulnerable to a first strike. Why? Because they are below the surface, they are very stealthy, and therefore they're really hard to detect. So the main mission of these US bomber submarines, SSBNs, nuclear-capable submarines, is to maintain what's called a credible second strike capability. What does that mean? Basically, it means even if the US were to suffer a devastating first strike from an adversary, the strategy is there would be enough submarines to survive that will be able to launch a retaliatory strike, hence the deterrent bit, right? So in summary, the submarines would most likely be used in a response capacity rather than a preemptive strike capacity.
So the backup or the counterpunch to any strike that might come first. But we can dive a little deeper into this, Mikey, and broaden our discussion and include a retired Commodore in the Royal Navy and former submarine commanding officer, Bob Fancy. Bob, great to get you on to talk about this today. Tell us what type of submarine you commanded and give us a sense of the kinds of operations you were in.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for inviting me on. I think, if I may, just to begin my answer to your question, I will make it fairly quick. I think it's really important to note in the context of this discussion that when submarines are classified as operational and ready for operations, they deploy from their home ports ready for war. So they're stored properly and all their routines are adjusted so they can transition into combat at a second's notice. And then there will be very little difference to the crew because they are operating as if they're at war anyway. And I think that's really, really important in the context of this discussion. I was very privileged. I commanded an SSN or a hunter-killer, HMS Trafalgar, with an exceptional crew. And I can give you an example of the kind of operations by referring to that preparedness for war. So we found ourselves on the eastern seaboard of the United States. And we were bringing into service the latest variant of the TLAM cruise missile. And we'd been deployed for about 3 months, and it was the final certification we needed to be ready for war. After 3 months, we returned home, and as we returned home, there were dreadful September the 11th attacks. And rather than the submarine staying in harbour, people going on leave, seeing their family and their friends, etc., we stored for war within days. We sailed, and we made fast passage across Mediterranean into the Indian Ocean. En route, we did highly complex technical integrations with American 5th and 6th fleets, which had never been done before. And once we got into the Indian Ocean, within days, we were on the gun line, fully integrated with the US Navy and conducting strike operations. After our part in those strike operations was complete, we then redeployed to do surveillance operations in support of the strike efforts. And when that was complete, we did intelligence gathering operations as well, in and around both the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Aden. We eventually returned home some 6 months later. So in point of fact, the crew and the submarine had been deployed for 10 months, largely out of contact with friends and families, etc. And hopefully I've painted a picture there engaged in a wide variety of operations.
Well, it's great to see you on. Yeah, it's great to see you on. It's a while since we worked together, but and I know this is the first time you've done this, so I really appreciate coming on just to give your insights. I just want to go back to what Trump said about repositioning nuclear submarines. And what type of submarine? And I know we don't know, but given your experience, what type of submarine do you think Trump is talking about when he says repositioning?
Well, you're right. We don't know, but let's have a quick look at this. You very well described the bombers and the hunter killers. Now, the bombers operate in a vast, highly secret patrol area. So when he says he's going to reposition 2 submarines, I don't think he can possibly be talking about his bombers, because they will be at sea doing their at sea deterrence, hiding from enemy, and their areas are absolutely huge. And you have no reason to move particularly close to your targets, because the range of the missile systems these days are extremely long. So I don't think he's talking about bombers. He's probably upping the rhetoric and implying that he would be moving SSNs into an area where they might be able to gather intelligence or surveil what's going on. They are always going to be in an appropriate area. If they're not, we'd have lots of questions to ask. I think this isn't signalling a change, particularly in military activity. I think it's upping political rhetoric, because when people start talking about submarines, they become anxious and worried, because submarines are extraordinarily capable warfighting units, capable of terrible levels of destruction. And so people do pay attention to it.
Well, but when it comes to the Russian submarine force, is that a match for what the US have in terms of capability at the moment?
Probably the most interesting question we could ask at this stage is that one. And the reason for that is this. I started my career in the Cold War. And in the Cold War, we had significant advantage over our Soviet foes. When the war came down and we decided the Cold War was over, nobody gave that message to Russia. And Russia has continued to proliferate its technical capabilities and the number of vessels in its fleet. And so it is much more closely matched today than it was, say, 20 years ago, because basically we've dropped our guard somewhat in the West. And so America can field around 70 submarines, Russia can field around 60 submarines. There's not much difference in numbers. And these days, there's not much difference in capability. My assessment is that we still have the advantage, but we have absolutely no room for complacency whatsoever.
Well, I know you've spoken to, I want to now switch fire to the Ukrainian intelligence hack on the Russian Bore class, which is its newest nuclear submarine. I know you've spoken to a retired Russian interpreter who's actually looked at those documents. To what extent have the Ukrainian intelligence authorities gained information on what this Russian Bore class submarine can do? Is it significant or not?
I don't think it's that significant. I think there's 2 elements to this. The data that's come out and has been published isn't particularly interesting. I think it's the lowest end of classification. It's a typical sort of documentation you would see surrounding a boat that's coming out of build and going into sea trials, training, pre-operational type stuff, where they're getting their crew together, getting trained, and looking at all the engineering issues they may or may not have. It's of interest, but it's not significant. Far more significant is the success of the cyber attack for the Ukrainians. This is massively embarrassing for the Russians. They're their latest and greatest SSBN, and there's been a data leak on it. It's seriously embarrassing. I'm sure heads will roll. But in terms of the technical information being released, I'm not sure it's that interesting, but we don't know if there's other stuff that's been shared with the intelligence agencies.
Well, it's been great to get your insight. Before we let you go, just want to touch on something you mentioned. You were talking about the capabilities of the US and the capabilities of Russia when it comes to submarines. So how do you see the UK's position when it comes to this in support of the increase in tensions we're seeing in the submarine environment?
Yeah, so I think the relationship between the Royal Navy and the American Navy is extraordinarily strong, especially in the submarine services. It's at the very heart of that special relationship along with our intelligence agencies. The technical capability and the proficiency of the people that crew Royal Navy submarines is exceptional. It's second to none in the world, I have no doubt. But the reality is, in terms of number of units we can field, we are pitifully small. We have a total of 9 submarines. 4 of those are bombers. That number of 4 allows us to put 1 to sea for the continuous at-sea deterrent. We have 5 SSNs. It will increase to 7, but at the moment it's 5. Of those 5 SSNs, there will be some in maintenance, there'll be some in training. Probably 2 or 3 maximum will be able to be deployed on operations. So in terms of skill sets, etc., we're up there. In terms of numbers we can fill into combat, we've got a serious problem.
And this is what Annapolis, the naval academies, our war planners in the United States have been saying for a while. We don't have enough shipyards to be able to pump out the number of ships and to be able to maintain those ships if they're damaged, to be able to confront China. This is the reason why I created Yard Wars, because people need to start waking up to the very fact that we are behind the 8 ball when it comes to this issue in the Pacific. It's not that we're totally behind, but there are a lot of problems when it comes to making sure that we have spectral dominance. All right, let's listen in to Sky News. This was 2 days ago. But before I do, please help support the work that I do. All right, it's a little bit unique. It's not the typical podcast. I understand that. And if you actually pay attention to me, you'll make money in the market. So help support the work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and getting the great supplements that I offer. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, guess what? You're going to get a free gift. Magnesium and zinc, very important, dual purpose supplement. It'll help with your brain function. Magnesium is extremely important for brain function. And like I've been saying to individuals for the last 6 months, you're going to notice in your social circle individuals starting to have cognitive decline, not just in the geriatric years, but starting in their 40s. You're going to start seeing this. You're going to start seeing individuals having motor coordination problems. You're going to start seeing individuals having memory issues, being able to conduct sentences as fluently will become a problem. So it's really important that I pay attention to brain function and supplementation to help for that brain function. And it's not just supplementation. It's also proper diet and exercise. Really important, and learn new things. Don't fall into this atrophy. Now, there's different reasons why this is happening. Part of it is the aftershock of 2020. Part of it is our environment. And the other part is technology. The overuse of this technology is putting us into less cognitive function state. And that if this is chronic, you start to have problems. So it's really important. Behavioral change your diet, exercise more, and proper supplementation. But you will see in your social media, in your circle of friends, individuals starting to have cognitive decline, and it's going to start in their 40s, right? Pay attention. If you don't, guess what? You've been warned. Magnesium is going to help with improving that cognitive function, all right? It helps with brain function. Magnesium also helps with the efficacy of D3, vitamin D3. Magnesium and zinc also boosts up your immune system. So this is a dual purpose supplement. Take it every day, super important. But like I said, pay attention to the holistic approach that I just mentioned, and you're going to slow down that cognitive decline. Within your social circle, you're going to see many people having cognitive decline. And don't be one of them. It's going to happen for sure. This is not maybe. It's going to happen. All right. And I also want to plug, where is it? Vitamin C with magnesium. This is a dual purpose supplement, helps with your skin. Vitamin C cross-links with collagen to help with the dermal layer, especially when you drink filtered water, about 32 ounces to about 64 ounces throughout the day. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with the immune system. And like I said, magnesium will increase the efficacy of vitamin D3 and help with brain function. You can stack the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium together. By doing that, you're helping with your skin, your immune system, your brain function, and the efficacy of vitamin D3. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Pay attention. You don't want to fall into that trap of cognitive decline. So you've been warned. If it happens, unfortunately, you didn't listen.
The big news out of Canberra this morning, the government confirming that Japan's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries have been chosen to build the next generation $10 billion worth of frontline warships for our military. I caught up with the Defence Industry Minister, Pat Conroy. Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy, great to have you on the program. Can you just tell our viewers why was this the right choice?
Now, for the ones that don't know, frigates are going to be really important part of that battle group, all right, for the Navy. And not just the United States, but China's building a lot of frigates. Japan is starting to procure frigates. Now, what they do in modern warfare is that they allow for helicopters to come and go. And they have they have a missile system in the forward part of the deck, usually, that can launch. So we, like, for us in the United States, Tomahawks will launch through them. You also have on these frigates systems where some of them have lasers, some laser systems, and also gun systems on them. So you can have these Tomahawk missiles launch for surface, from the sea to the land, right? We use them a lot during the Iraq War, right? And you remember these famous pictures of them shooting off. All right, these were the Tomahawk missiles, right? Tomahawks can also come off of the submarines too. So frigates are, the point here is that they're important. They're important as part of the modern day warfare in the Navy. All right. Unfortunately, we're having a problem getting the frigates out of the shipyards and being able to make the numbers that we need for a naval battle, naval warfare with the Chinese. So let's continue. But frigates are really important as part of the naval fleet.
Our Navy.
Well, we announced in 2024 the need to rapidly expand our Navy, and we have plans to more than double the surface combatant fleet for the Royal Australian Navy. We face really
another aspect to this that you need to kind of keep in mind is that systems are being developed with the Air Force, right, for the Chinese and for the United States, but the Air Force creating systems that create a defense bubble going out kilometers, all right? And depending on which type of weaponry that's with their Air Force depends on the size of the security bubble, all right? You also have land missile systems as another security bubble. Right now, the United States is putting soldiers and bases within the island chains and having tactical groups in the Navy patrolling the region to create a security bubble, or different bubbles, to counteract the security bubbles of the Chinese. All right. Now, when you have an aircraft carrier, it takes a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of upfront expense and maintenance expense to run an aircraft carrier. But an aircraft carrier is part of a battle group. All right, a strike group. And you have frigates, right, with that. Frigates are smaller, but can be also lethal, and they move with that capability of the Tomahawks to be able to move that security bubble around, especially along the island chains. So this is the reason why frigates are really super important as part of the strategy. Now, what will be interesting is how frigates may be the means with the aircraft carriers to launch drones, either subsurface drones or air drones, as part of the kamikaze kind of warfare that I suspect will happen during naval battles with the Chinese. You sort of starting to see this with the Ukraine war. You have drones that are kamikazing right into a tank or into a ship. Something very similar, I think, is going to happen. And it seems to be very cost effective. I mean, when you look at ROI, return on investment, the amount that the cost for a kamikaze drone and the damage it inflicts, that cost benefit is huge. So frigates are probably going to be a means to launching these types of systems.
The speed to capability was critical. We needed ships as fast as humanly possible, as well as being really capable. And the Mogami class frigate offered by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries was the clear winner on speed, on capability, and cost.
And delivered by 2029.
That's the point I'm making. Their size is manageable, where there's mobility, it has lethality, and upgradability.
Really? First one delivered in 2029, operational by 2030.
You're confident they can deliver
that? Because there's an existing production line, and this is one of the critical decisions we made. We wanted something that had an existing production line. The Japanese have already finished 11 of these. They're constructing their 12th right now before they move on to an upgraded model. They've allocated us production slots that were originally allocated to the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. And importantly, from our end, no changes other than two. One, translating the combat management system into English, and any changes required for seaworthiness Australian laws. And even those have to be signed off by the Secretary of CDF of the department and my.
Now, everyone's talking about Epstein and all this other stupid bullshit that's going on in the news. But there is rumblings of the gods of war that's starting. And if you don't believe me, just start paying attention to the news. Countries in this region, the United States, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, New Zealand, Australia, the Philippines, Taiwan, China, they're all ramping up for war. Pay attention to this. It's coming.
And the Deputy Prime Minister.
Just in broad terms, as opposed to sort of military language, most of our viewers would be well aware of Japan's technology and industry capacity. Does that give you reassurance? Their record, their history, their tradition of being so efficient when it comes to their heavy industry?
Oh, absolutely. They're churning out these frigates already at I think 2 a year. This is one of, if not the most advanced frigates in the world. It is a stealth frigate. It has the ability to fire 128 self-defense air defense missiles. Its range is 10,000 nautical miles compared to 6,000 for the Anzac. Importantly, even though it's almost twice the size, it's got a crew of 90 compared to 170 for the Anzac class. So fewer people on a bigger, more capable ship. This is a great day for the Royal Australian Navy.
And for industry, they're going to build, the Japanese will build the first few, then it moves to WA. How important is that in your view, in terms of building Australia's industrial capacity here?
Well, the Albanese Labor government was the first government to commit to continuous naval shipbuilding in WA to complement what we're doing in Adelaide. It's important to have a steady drumbeat of work over there to build up a workforce. build our Navy, but secondly, repair and sustain and upgrade our Navy. And transferring the Megami production line to Henderson is a critical part of that.
Is there a chance that this just simply, as you say, it's the continual shipbuilding program, but that this frigate becomes a permanent construction capacity in Henderson?
Well, certainly our plan is to build 8 in Henderson
to start with, but could it grow from there?
Potentially, but we're talking in decades' time. Henderson is already starting to design. We'll begin construction of the landing craft medium shortly, and then landing craft heavy. That will then translate into Megami. So these are 10,000 jobs in the WA economy, and importantly, uplifting capability. And Australian workers are really skilled. They just need steady demand to provide that economies of scale.
When you look at the Hunter class, it's been a debacle in many respects, the cost blowouts. Why should our viewers feel reassured that this will come in within that $10 billion envelope?
They should be reassured because we've learned the lessons from the coalition government stuffing up Hunter, and a critical one is no changes. Not no changes, very little changes. So translating the combat management system and the bare minimum required around Australian seaworthiness laws. Other than that, no changes, which means we're getting exactly what the Japanese are building right now for their own maritime self-defence force, and that was the key drive of so much issues with the Hunter. Was the last government kept chopping and changing the design, which added billions of dollars to the cost and delayed the capability.
The Japanese constitution since World War II has restricted their military, their expenditure in defence. That's changed in recent years and becoming an exporter as well of military capacity. Where does this fit in that process? Is this the biggest export deal they've done since they've broadened their approach when it comes to their own military and military industry?
It's certainly amongst the biggest, and potentially it is the biggest export they've ever provided to anywhere in the world, and it signals a strategic realignment in Japan. Importantly, as the DPM made at this point in the press conference, there are no two countries who have greater strategic alignment in our region than Japan and Australia.
So it's important, given that alignment, that we show support for their industry as well?
Well, I think it was the other way. It's a happy coincidence. We made the decision on Megami based on cost, capability and schedule, but obviously the strategic alignment is a bonus, and that those industrial opportunities are something we're intent on pursuing.
I noticed the ambassador pointed out that there are a dozen other major Japanese companies that will invest in Australia. Can you explain that to us off the back of the deal with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries? There are 12 more companies going to invest. Where, how, and when do they do that?
Well, a critical part of this announcement is the transfer production to Australia to build out that workforce and company ecosystem in WA. So we would expect companies associated with the build in Japan to come over to Australia and employ Australians, but also Australian companies to win work in the Australian production. So it'll be a combination of those. But this isn't the only cooperation we're doing. Japanese companies are already working with the Defence Science and Technology Group on advanced technologies, and we've been in discussion about other capabilities. So it's not all one way. We're hopeful that we can sell Australian defence products to Japan. We've got some great capabilities that we're talking to them about, and you'll see more of this into the future.
This week marks the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's quite an extraordinary coincidence, the way history works, the way our relationship with that country has evolved over the last 8 decades. I know that precedes yours and my time covering and being within government, but it's an extraordinary evolution of the Japan-Australia relationship now that they are one of our closest allies, not just in the region, but in the world.
Oh, absolutely. It's a remarkable transformational relationship, and I pay tribute to governments of both persuasions who've put work into that and found willing partners in Japan, from Menzies opening up the trade relationship in the 1950s to the Hawke government negotiating those landmark energy deals that gave energy security to Japan and led to a huge boom, particularly in Western Australia. We worked very hard at this, and we've had recent exercises between the Australian Army, US Marines and the Japanese Self-Defence Force. So think about that. These three countries whose armed forces were fighting each other 80 years ago are now working very closely together.
There'd be some of those Anzac diggers who would find it hard to believe where we are today.
Yeah, but Japan is a modern liberal democracy. It's one of the biggest democracies in our region. Their values are very similar to ours, and we're both committed to an international rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific, which is under challenge a lot at the moment.
And it didn't take long, did it, for the Japanese to be able to shift that industry capacity or industrial and technology prowess into enhancing its military production? It wouldn't take the country of that advanced capacity long to shift.
Not at all. They have one of the most advanced economies in the world. Their technology sector is world's best, amongst the world's best. So to move into the defence industry was relatively easy for them, and it's something they've been focused on for a long time now.
I know you've got to get going, but what's the message to China then out of this?
Well, I wouldn't talk about a message to any particular country, but I finish my remarks by saying this decision today makes Australia safer. It gives reassurance to our allies and gives greater deterrence to any potential adversary. We are acquiring 11 of the most advanced stealth frigates in the world that will make our Navy more lethal and bigger, and that's a good day for Australia.
Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy, appreciate your time. Thanks.
My pleasure.
All right, so the next video is going to be dealing with China's economy being extremely fragile. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that a lot of times autocrats, dictators, if they're feeling pressure internally because of the economy or because of population rumblings, that they may actually try to galvanize the nation in a war effort. And this is the reason why I think we're increasing the chances of the Chinese actually making a move on Taiwan within this decade. Now, some people thought it was going to be in 2025. Military planners have pushed it back to 2027. So sometime this decade, it most likely is the move. And this is the reason why the U.S. military, especially the Navy, is saying we need to get prepared. If we are caught without being prepared, most likely Taiwan will fall. So before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, and passion flower and GABA that allows you to be in those 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. You need those cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to be able to detoxify your central nervous system, to consolidate memory, and to be well rested. If you are chronically sleep deprived, you're not consolidating memory. You will end up losing your memory. By being sleep deprived chronically, will lead to early onset of dementia. So it's really important as part of an anti-aging protocol and a health and wellness protocol to have proper sleep. So take Goodnight Formula, take it every night. And again, it has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Very high quality supplement. Take it, and it's part of that anti-aging protocol. Another great supplement to take for brain function is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor gets rid of that brain fog, allows you to concentrate, and by taking Clarity Factor, learning new things, doing the proper modalities of exercise, resistance training, cardio, stretching, balancing, drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, you're going to improve your brain function. And you're going to improve your memory. So with Clarity Factor, by taking it regularly, you're going to start noticing that you're thinking faster, your memory is better, you can concentrate, you don't have that brain fog, and over time, those dendritic connections, you'll have positive neuroplasticity. You're going to be able to think faster. When it starts to recede and those connections start to diminish, you start to think slow, or your memory is slow, or you start to lose memory. But when you have more connections, up to a certain point, but when you improve your neuroplasticity in your adulthood, you'll actually improve your cognitive function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. Super important. Neural health is going to be a key factor in the next 5 years. So it's really important to pay attention and take the supplements and take the advice that I give you in terms of a holistic approach to improve your health and wellness and to slow down the aging process. It's possible to do. But if you don't listen and you just think you'll be fine, guess what? Chances are you won't be fine. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Good Night Formula and get the Clarity Factor. They stack really well together. Use discount 5. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
To talk up the economy, to present itself as being more resilient, to present its technology as being world-class, and in many respects it is, but the implication that they're able to stand on their own feet in terms of innovation, I think that's overdone, and I think that the Chinese economy remains extremely fragile.
The other interesting country in Southeast Asia that has got a direct link into Ukraine is North Korea. And Russia's relying on North Korea for 40%, 60% of its ammunition. A lot of long-range missiles are starting to see equipment coming in and all the rest of it. You also mentioned the cyber environment. From what I understand, there are 2 internet pipelines into North Korea. One comes from Beijing. It's been there for many, many years. It's relatively low bandwidth. The other comes from Moscow and was provided by the Russian National Railway Company and is very high bandwidth. Just after that was put in, Kim Jong-un's missile program went from being more unreliable than reliable, let's put it that way, to being very reliable most of the time. Do you think both states are using Kim Jong-un, North Korea, as a plausibly deniable little bad boy to do some stirring for them both in the region, but also then Russia's clearly reliant on North Korea for an awful lot of support?
I think certainly. I mean, North Korea, there is mutual suspicion because China has long regarded North Korea as a buffer state against the West. So there will be suspicion in Beijing about Russia getting closer to North Korea, especially with soldiers fighting for the Russians on the front lines in Ukraine, North Korean weaponry. On the cyber front, there's been a suggestion that the Chinese have been facilitating North Korea's hackers. When you consider the size of the country and the relative backwardness technologically, at least away from the military, their cyber element is actually pretty good. They're pretty strong. And there's been a lot of suggestions that this has been facilitated by servers in China. And of course, recently, one of the big scams that has emerged is rather than hacking into systems, North Koreans have been posing as freelance IT specialists, apparently based in other parts of the world, and are being employed by Western tech companies under false identities. And so immediately, of course, if you are an employee, you get inside the firewall or within the system. And so who needs to hack your way in when you're invited in and you become a freelance tech expert employed by a big company that thinks you're perhaps sitting in London or Berlin or Paris, whereas actually you're in Pyongyang, hoovering up everything you can from within that system. So the cyber assets of the North Koreans are quite significant. And I think that China has been very instrumental in facilitating that. And I think that the Russian link now is much closer and stronger than it was. And North Korea has become a very significant player in this, but again, a divisive one potentially between Beijing and Moscow.
Well, it's interesting. What you described there is that North Korea effectively hacking humans, and I've been saying to chief information security officers for years when I talk about cyber in different lectures that I'm not bothered about hacking a network. I'll hack the people that can get into the network, and North Korea are showing how to do that. But getting back to the potential for economic sanctions coming in this Friday, do you think the Chinese economic model could withstand a massive increase in Western sanctions if Donald Trump was serious and sort of put 100% tariffs on China, whether it's everything out of China or just Chinese companies that are doing business with Russia?
I think they would be struggling. I think, to me, it's significant that a lot of the trade agreements that China has been signing with third countries, Vietnam as a prime example, so is the UK, there have been provisions within those trade agreements about security, about China. Sometimes China's not mentioned by name, but the implication is pretty clear. Look, you've got to be wary of China. The bigger picture here is to try and exclude China from sensitive supply chains and access to top-end technology. In the case of Vietnam, China has boasted that its dependence on the US market has been reduced. They were preparing for the trade war. They say the amount of exports to the US fell to 15, 16% this year against 20% 5 years ago. But that's been achieved to some extent by redirecting through third countries. Vietnam, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Thailand, for instance, has been on the receiving end of a lot of Chinese investment. Now, a good proportion of that, either screwdriver factories and that they're assembling components brought in from China, or they are in many cases just relabeling them as made in Thailand, made in Vietnam, made in Malaysia. The individual governments in those countries are very aware of this and very sensitive to it, and they're worried that they could become targets as a result of it. And they've now become much more vigilant about the incoming Chinese investment. But it's pretty clear that the Trump administration wants to target that redirection of Chinese exports, and that in their agreements with the UK, and it's implicit as well in the discussions with the EU. I mean, the EU has hardened its line considerably on Beijing, partly because of their own experience, particularly with critical minerals and other Chinese abuse of trade practices, but also because of one eye on Trump, because this is an important element in Trump's negotiating with third countries, is that they are increasingly wary in their dealings with Beijing. So for all those reasons, I think that China's attempt to talk up the economy, to present itself as being more resilient, to present its technology as being world-class, and in many respects it is, but the implication that they're able to stand on their own feet in terms of innovation, I think that's overdone, and I think that the Chinese economy remains extremely fragile. The property crisis continues. Wasteful investment in infrastructure has fallen. Local government.
I think his point on overbuilding in residential in these different provinces in China has led to their version of a Lehman crisis, where you have municipalities laden with debt. You have these ghost towns. No one can afford the buildings. Some of them aren't even completed. So they're half done and they're now withering away. So China's internal strengths may not be strengths, they're actually weaknesses. And maybe it's the time to hit them. You know, I think that, what did we learn from the Russian fiasco with Ukraine? Russia's not that strong. What did we learn about Iran? Iran's not that strong. Chances are the Chinese aren't that strong, but they do have a lot of ships that they've built. They're in terms of numbers, the number of ships that they have relative to our Navy, they have a higher number of ships. The question is, can they operate them with the same efficiencies, the same lethality as the US Navy? I suspect not. Plus you add in this whole drone warfare, autonomous AI systems and all this. And I think the Navy and the Air Force are going to be extreme, and maybe even Space Force, extremely lethal and very quick. Now, what's interesting is that some biblical scholars say that the next war that's coming is going to last for 12 minutes. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean nuclear? Or does that mean that there's so much lethality because of these autonomous drones and these different missile systems that we have and smart systems that it knocks out so quickly that the war ends? It's possible. So we're not sure what 12-minute war means yet. Now, if we want to use the possibility of what we saw in Iraq, what happened during Desert Storm, that was like a 100-hour war, 102 hours or something like that. War. And that was back in the 90s, early 90s. And that's when the smart bombs, stealth fighters came onto the scene. All right, they were developed, years before, but that was when it was truly warfare, battlefield tested, right? And it pushed Saddam's forces out of Kuwait. Unfortunately, our president wasn't willing to take out Saddam. And this is Bush Sr. when he making that decision. But the point here is that there is a data point out there that suggests that war can be very, very quick and conventional, not quick and nuclear. So maybe the biblical scholars are right about this, that we are ushering in a war that's going to happen and it's going to be extremely quick. But that doesn't mean that you rest on your laurels and just, hope for the best. You have to prepare. And unfortunately, the United States is behind the 8 ball when it comes to number of ships in the ocean relative to the Chinese. And we only have, I think, 7 or 9 shipyards. And some of them need to do maintenance for ships. Some of them need to make ships. Unfortunately, we don't have enough shipyards to keep up with the Chinese. And not just that, if we had more shipyards and more skilled tradesmen building ships, we would have more ships for the Navy. You'll have high-paying jobs and high skills in those shipyards, because you're talking about plumbing, you're talking about steel work, you're talking about welding, electrical, system engineering. It's a lot of stuff, all right? Big money. Now, if we had more shipyards, then we would also be able to build ships for the commercial market. So why do we allow other countries to build ships for the commercial market? Why don't we take? If we are bringing in so many goods into the world, from the world into the United States, why don't we build the ships and have our workers make those ships, maintain those ships for the goods and services, for the goods that we're shipping into the United States, instead of having another country make the ship? We have a purchaser in the United States buying goods from China or wherever, and they're contracting some ship company in Asia, or maybe even there's also a lot of shipping that's coming out, shipping dynasty that's in Greece, but ships from Europe. Why doesn't the United States take this? It's partially because of regulation. We don't have enough shipyards, and we don't have enough skilled tradesmen. So to solve a lot of the problems that we have in the United States, more jobs for the young, building a skill set that when they leave the shipyard, they can create their own business, either in plumbing or electrical or in steelworking or in welding or whatever. You have a commercial shipping market now in the United States. You have a more prowess military capability. I mean, we order ships, but they can't be delivered because there's not enough shipyards. There's enough skilled people, thanks to Wall Street. So to solve lots of these problems, just build more shipyards, deregulate, give incentive for the United States to be a maritime country. But of course, you know, you got these liberal schools saying that learning about Plato is really important and learning about gender diversity is really important.
It is soaring. Employment is an issue, particularly youth unemployment. There are multiple issues facing the economy. And I think for all the efforts by Xi to talk up the economy, that there are real issues there. I think as well that he's presenting himself now, Xi, as a champion of free trade, as a champion of globalization, calling for world unity against this sort of wrecking ball coming from Washington. But I don't think that really washes with a lot of countries which have had experience of dealing with China over the years, because China is the master of economic coercion. It's been part of the economic model for decades, and even more so under Xi. I mean, they are the masters at weaponizing and using trade, investment, and market access as means of coercion. So yes, Trump is hemorrhaging trust among allies and trading partners. But Xi's issue is there was never much trust in the first place. And so it's very difficult to then turn around and say, look, trust me, let's all band together against Trump.
Yeah, well, you touched on one thing though, where China seems to have got the United States at least worried, because we had Donald Trump trying to make this minerals deal with Ukraine, and he started talking about rare earth minerals, and you talked about critical minerals there. And China, over the last week or so, seems to be restricting the supply of rare earth minerals to the United States in particular, and other countries, but ones that the US defense industry is wholly reliant on. And that will impact the US defense industry, their ability then to support Ukraine and Israel and other conflicts and their own needs as well. Is the restriction of access to these rare earth minerals that China has got a controlling a lot of control over from the economically viable mines around the world, is that a sign of desperation from China if you're getting into things that are that small economically?
I think in the medium term it could backfire, because there's been a lot of talk over recent years by more far-sighted policymakers and others about the reliance on China for multiple essential goods. And critical minerals, rare earths, have been at the foremost of these warnings. And the liberal democracies have been late to take account of that. And I think that China's use of critical minerals as a bargaining factor, restricting access, almost brought the German car industry, for instance, to a standstill, now targeting US defense firms, has been very effective. But it's rather like when you blow a 0-day or a weapon in your cyber arsenal, that's it, you can't use it again. I think from the point of view of Western Europe or the United States, it's been quite useful because it's shown the danger of dependence. And I think that now countries are scrambling to look at alternative ways of getting those supplies, because we should remember that while it might be called rare earths, I mean, that's a scientific term, they're not rare. These critical minerals in general are available quite broadly. It's just that China has built an unassailable lead in the supply chain for these, and they dominate the processing of these minerals, which is actually a pretty filthy operation. It's one of the reasons why the West was quite pleased for so long to let them get on with it, because the amount of environmental degradation that China was prepared to stomach was far higher than would be the case in a liberal democracy, where it just simply wouldn't be accepted. So there are real obstacles to creating a rare earth, a critical mineral industry. But I think that
China's weaponizing that we've seen over recent months has been a real wake-up call, and in the short term, in the medium term, will probably backfire against them.
Interesting. So do you think that China, Xi Jinping was concerned about Vladimir Putin's ambitions to recreate the old Soviet Union again, and therefore have that massive power base that there is, and therefore what his policy is with Russia is really to try and keep it in a weakened state so he can see it as a junior partner in a more aligned multipolar world with China at the center?
Yeah, I mean, they both talk about multipolarity, and for which I normally mean anti-American.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, China sees itself as the dominant partner. It would never say that, but I think by its actions, it is clear that it is now immensely more powerful than Russia in that partnership. What intrigues me is the clash of these imperialist visions, because they are contradictory. They're both visions of recreating past greatness. Vladimir Putin has the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, recreating the Russian-speaking world. Xi has the China dream, which some of the more forthright nationalists in China regard as recreating the Qing dynasty. They both regard pesky little countries that want self-determination, whether they're Ukraine or Taiwan, as being rather a nuisance and being rather insignificant, whatever their population want. But of course, people forget that while China bangs on about 100 years of humiliation, about unequal treaties, the most unequal treaties and the most humiliation came at the hands of Russia. Certainly in terms of the amount of land that was grabbed from the Qing dynasty during the 19th century, and vast areas north of the Amur River, the Far East, the Russian city of Vladivostok, Sea Cucumber Bay, as it's known in Chinese. Russian nationalists haven't forgotten this. Chinese nationalists, haven't forgotten this. And Chinese maps have to show the Chinese names of these old areas and provinces. So here you have two imperialist visions, which ultimately potentially could clash. Yes, they will say we've settled our borders, but in the minds of nationalists on both sides, it's never settled.
Oh, do you? The Chinese and the Russians are thinking very long term, but that gives us something to talk about next time. Ian, it's been a real pleasure talking to you today on Time Zero to Frontline.
A pleasure.
You've been watching Frontline with me, Philip Ingram. If you'd like access to exclusive content, please subscribe to Time Zero membership and watch us on YouTube. But you can now get us as a podcast wherever you get your podcasts from. And don't forget, you can also listen to Times Radio for the latest update.
All right. So is China weak internally, economically, or not? Leave your comments in the description, or you can call on X Spaces and give me your opinion live. But the whole point here is just that we are moving into a dangerous territory in the back half of this decade. Maybe 2027 is the year. We'll see. But this region, especially around Taiwan, is extremely important. And we don't know what's going to happen. And it's possible that the United States loses. Right? Will we follow the same path as the UK, where they had a declining empire, they had a lot of debt, and eventually retreated and lost their hegemonic power? Is that what's going to happen in our lifetime? It's possible for the United States. Or will there be something unique that happens where the United States does the I can instead of the I can't and perseveres and moves forward, which is what I hope for and is what I predict is going to happen. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. This is a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. How? It brings down systemic inflammation. That's important because by bringing down inflammation, you're helping boost up your immune system. Chronic inflammation in your body actually is immunosuppressive. So what you want to do is to boost up that immune system. So you need to bring down inflammation, that chronic inflammation. Olive leaf extract also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That improves your total cholesterol and you're reducing plaque formation. When you're bringing down inflammation at the vascular level and reducing LDL, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. So super important for cardiovascular health. So it's a dual purpose product. Helps with your body, brings down inflammation, boosts up that immune system, and helps with your cardiovascular system. And a probiotic. This probiotic is a powder form. I put it in salt foods. You can mix it with filtered water. I take it every day. A good probiotic is very important for your skin, for your nails, for your hair, but also for your gut. With a good gut biome, you're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. In addition, you're going to have a better communication between your gut and your brain and your gut and your liver. Your metabolism will be better. You'll be able to absorb your foods easier. You're going to have a thicker mucosal lining, a better microbiome, and that is going to help with your immune system. So taking a good probiotic is very important as a foundational piece to improve your health. So please go to my store and get the probiotic. This probiotic is very high quality. It's what I take every day. And a great stack would be to take the probiotic and the olive leaf extract. Why? By taking the probiotic, you're helping with your immune system and your gut health and your metabolism. Olive leaf extract is bringing down inflammation, helping with your cardiovascular health and boosting up that immune system. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order if you spend $100 or more on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. You get a free gift until supplies last. All right. So what we're going to do is now go to Times Radio, talking about how Putin's Navy scrambles in chaos as Trump unleashes killer move. All right. Now, a big part of this show, for the ones that are watching, live streaming on YouTube, live streaming on my website, and simulcasting on X Spaces, big part of this show today is talking about the importance of understanding the naval battlefield around the world and how that is going to translate into the back half of this decade. And if the United States is not prepared and our allies are not prepared, then we're increasing the chances of China taking over Taiwan. So it's really important to pay attention to the naval aspects of this. Now, what is interesting is that as naval ships come online, more capability of naval fleets with the allied forces start to show itself in the years ahead. AI and autonomous drones are going to be a key feature of naval warfare. Not just, it'll also be a key feature in tank warfare and in the Air Force as a capability, and maybe even Space Force. Who knows? You know, it'll be interesting. Are there satellites out there that help with social learning with autonomous drones where they can, you know, coordinate like almost like a swarm kind of hive mind kind of thing? I think the United States is working on this type of technology. All right. The next war probably is going to showcase some of this technology, especially in the Navy. Now, the Navy, you're going to have, I think, autonomous drones that are submersibles, but also kamikaze kind of drones. Now, think about what happened in World War II that was effective that the Japanese used as a strategy against the naval fleet, the U.S. naval fleet, kamikazes. All right. Now, what was the reason why they did that? Well, they needed a pilot to get through and target because they didn't have smart bomb technologies, right? Well, we have smart bombs now. We have these Tomahawks and we have ship-to-ship missile systems and all this stuff, right? But if you can create something small with a lethal package, explosive package, kamikazing into, let's say, a Chinese aircraft carrier and hampering their capability of launching aircraft or sinking the ship, then you have really changed the battlefield space and weakened the Chinese. Now, I'm sure the Chinese are working on something similar. So you're going to have drone-to-drone warfare and technologies to try to jam the signals, right? Confuse the drones. Maybe there'll be technologies out there where it fakes the, let's say, your movement. Let's say the United States. Let me give you an example. In the United States, let's say, has drones, and they're going to issue them out and do kamikaze type warfare on ships of the Chinese. And the Chinese lift up a drone system to try to combat the drones and get through the drone space, the United States drone space, and attack, let's say, our aircraft carriers. The United States could create a way where the Chinese radar system or their defense system, whatever they use, ultraviolet radar, whatever they use, all right, we trick it where there's a swarm on their screen, but it's not really there. It's like a phantom, all right? And so they come to the phantom, and then all of a sudden it's not there. It's like, what's going on? Are they cloaked? Are they stealth? What? No, it's just a phantom. It's like a head fake in football. All right. And then the swarm comes in another way. So these types of technologies are being developed. All right. Now, I suspect that the warfare that takes place, for the Battle of Taiwan, if we want to call it that, the Battle of Taiwan or World War III or World War IV or however you want to phrase it, these are the types of technologies that are going to be on the battlefield. It's going to be really kind of like Star Wars-ish. It's like we're right at that edge. Now, if the scholars are right that this is going to happen in 12 minutes, I'm not sure what the hell that means. If that means nuclear or if that means conventional. I suspect it's conventional. I think it has something to do with drones, autonomous, swarm technologies, and phantom technologies using kamikaze kind of tactics. Right? So it's almost like taking a little bit of World War II and teleporting it back to 2025. And so we're kind of, in a way, we're kind of repeating itself. Now, if the fifth sequence is true, where you had 1908, the Knickerbocker Trust failing, which coincides 100 years later with Lehman crisis and the housing crash. And in 1918, the Spanish flu, 100 years later, 100+1 years later, you had COVID. And then in 1929, a crash, which is possible that we are the roaring 20s right now. Remember the roaring 20s and 1920s? Stocks were great. The economy was bubbling. Everyone thought that everything was going to be perfect. In 1929, everything crashed. Are we in 2029 going to see a crash? Possibly. And that leads to a depression. You have AI that's involved, cutting out jobs. And does that lead to some sort of new war in the 30s or 40s, the 2030s or 2040s? So maybe this war that people are predicting is happening at the end of this decade with China may not actually happen until 2040. Now, just imagine where the technology is going to be in 2040, where we're at right now. We think that we're seeing a little bit of Star Wars right now with the humanoids and with autonomous drones. Just imagine what it's going to be like in 2040. It's going to be The only thing that's missing is the lightsaber. Everything else is going to be there. So, so we'll see what happens. We don't know, but I think there's a higher probability that she isn't going to wait until 2040 because he'll be dead by then, unless he's Darth Vader. But the thing is that he probably is going to try to push it where he's the leader that brings back Taiwan. That if that's true, if whatever vectors that pressure him to move on to Taiwan happen, it's probably going to happen at the end of this decade, around 2027. What is shocking is why didn't he make his move during COVID, and why didn't he make his move now? Because if he made his move now, Trump would probably not act with as much force because he's afraid to create a war in the region during a midterm election. So President Xi isn't playing his cards right. If he wanted to hit, he should be hitting now up to November of 2026. If he hits after, Trump is going to have the gloves off and he can do whatever he wants. And in a war, if it carried on, if it didn't last for just 12 minutes, but it carried on, let's say the war starts in 2027 and the war continued into 2028, the chances are it guarantees that the Republican Party will win the White House. They're not going to. Normally, you do not switch parties in the middle of a war if you're winning. All right. So there's some dynamics here that I don't understand why President Xi hasn't made his move yet, because it seems more logical to make it now. But we'll see. Now, I want to go to Times Radio talking about Putin's Navy on the brink. Now, again, today's show is more focused, not so much on the financial markets, but this rumblings of the dogs of war that possibly may rear its head in 2027.
Yep. So let me get this straight. You're telling me I don't have to spend countless hours consolidating for a company's financial data anymore? It's all automated? Yep. And I can keep...
The reality is he doesn't even have to send those submarines off. He's like you said, like we did in the Falklands, we said there was something down there that changed the way that the Argentinians operated, and this may change the way the Russians operate.
Hello and welcome to Frontline with me, Philip Ingram. Now, today, on day 1,260 of Vladimir Putin's 10-day special military operation, or full-scale war with Ukraine, we're very privileged to be talking to Ryan Ramsey. Now, Ryan is a former nuclear submarine captain. He commanded HMS Turbulent, which is a Royal Navy nuclear-powered attack submarine, and that was back in 2011. And you published a book titled SSN-14. But you also taught submarine captains on the Perisher course, which is globally recognized as one of the toughest maritime courses in the world for both the students and, as you said, the instructors. Ryan, welcome to Frontline.
Thanks very much, folks. Good to be here.
Yeah, well, submarines, we got you on because submarines have sort of come into the press this week after Donald Trump has said a few things. But before we get on to that, having commanded a nuclear-powered hunter-killer submarine, you've operated at this silent end but sharp end of what military capability is doing on a daily basis. No other military capability is engaging with hostile forces in the way that you have done through your career, day in, day out. Give our listeners a sense for what it's like, as a submarine commander, and what the tensions will be at the moment in the North Atlantic, the Baltic, and everything else we're encountering, not just the Russians but Chinese and other hostile forces.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it is really, really complex, the underwater battle space, and particularly is, for example, if you detect a submarine, you first have to classify and work out what type of submarine it is and who it actually belongs to before you decide what you're going to do next. The tension on board a submarine, I mean, as the submarines go away, I would describe it as 70% boredom and 30% pure adrenaline. And things happen really, really fast. You think it's kind of slow, but because detection ranges are being reduced, engagements are really, really quick, and you have to make decisions on your feet. Your crew is the priority always. You know, you take them away from their families to go off and do these missions. You want to make sure they come back safely, but also maintaining the tactical advantage and being ahead of the enemy and making sure that you, or potential enemy, should I say, and making sure you're in control of the situation is everything.
In reality, how good are we compared to the other?
Okay, so I think you need to look at this in two ways. There's capability and then there's people. So capability-wise, we are still in the front runners. The Bitchute class is an incredible submarine when they're at sea. And then also, you know, it compares with the Russian Yassin class. It compares with the US Virginia class. So we're still up there with regards to capability. What always gave us the advantage was people. So training the best submarine captains that we possibly could. And actually, I think Tom Clancy put it best, which is, you know, British submarine captains are actually feared because of the training and capability and experience that they have. It might be less so now, but the reality is the perisher course is extremely complex. The amount of money that's spent on training one particular individual captain is over £1 million per person. The amount of assets that we put in place to do that, that's what gives us advantage.
Yeah, we'll not go down the Tom Clancy rabbit hole because we could talk about Hunt cover all day, I'm sure. But that gives us a segment into the United States. You know, the reason why we're talking submarines is Donald Trump was ordered. He said he's ordered 2 US nuclear submarines. He didn't say whether they were powered or nuclear armed. The nuclear armed or nuclear powered as well, to take 4 positions close to Russian waters. From a strategic perspective, is he just stating the blindingly obvious that, you know, they're always in the right place at the right time, or, you know, is this, you know, him trying to push a deterrent or provocation line?
Well, I've thought a lot about this, as I do for most of Donald Trump's sentences when he speaks, because you never know where it's going to go or what effect he's actually trying to have with that. I thought it was a bold statement in the fact that telling anybody what you're doing with submarines, people don't normally do that. You know, it's a clandestine force for every nation. It's gathering intelligence. It's doing all those kind of things. Then, of course, there's strategic deterrent, which is the last line of defence for any nation that has it. So I think what he did by saying he's sending 2 submarines, it could have been more submarines or whatever it was. He was very specific about the numbers, but it means that the Russians now think about where they divert forces to detect these. And within the Russian HQ or maritime headquarters, I'd be certain there'd be a lot of people wondering, you know, what is the intent of those submarines and what do we need to do to retain tactical control.
So this was, you know, a good bit of messaging in the same way that, you know, he did exactly the same in 2017 with North Korea just before he went to see Kim Jong-un. But also, you know, we did it in the run-up to the Falklands, or, you know, during the Falklands War, before we actually got, or maybe we already had, a nuclear-powered boat down in the South Atlantic. But certainly that caused the Argentinians something to think about. So the use of submarines and talking about it is as much, you know, an information operation for positivity. And do you think that's what he's been doing here?
Yeah, I do, because the reality is he doesn't even have to send those submarines off. He like you said, like we did in the Falklands, we said there was something down there that changed the way that the Argentinians operated, and this may change the way the Russians operate.
Okay, but so the Russians have now increased their readiness and they're out looking hard for submarines. But, you know, you've been in the commander's seat. What are the sort of risks and challenges on crews when you're out in a mission like that, knowing that all of a sudden those forces that you're trying to keep hidden from are being more active and proactive in trying to find you? And, you know, how do you balance the need for, you know, aggressive positioning with a sort of imperative to remain undetected, especially when you're getting into the likes of supposedly the capable Russian forces and supposedly the capable Chinese forces?
Yeah, so it is really tough as a captain in those kind of patrols. And I can't talk about specifics, but generally there's a piece about remaining, you know, if you get detected, it's got political consequences, and that's a real problem. So the objective is, you might have some intelligence you want to gather, that's one part of it, but avoiding counter detection and remaining safe become the focus. And it's this really tight balance for any captain in those circumstances, because you might have to go miles and miles away from where you need to be, and therefore you're not achieving your aim, but you are avoiding counter detection. and how you justify these decisions, because every decision that you make is looked at and analysed when you get back, and you need to be able to justify those. So it's exciting for those captains, without a doubt. You're at the front line, things are happening, you don't know what's going to happen next. The political context is everything as well.
The implicit commentary of Times Radio about the submarines goes counter to what Bolton was saying. Bolton was saying, oh, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand nuclear deterrence. He doesn't understand the strategy of the submarine class. But the thing is that you have two types. You have the ones that with the tomahawks, and you have the ones with the nuclear weapons. All right. Well, if you're, he didn't say he moved the boomers. The boomers are the nuclear ones, the nuclear tips, missiles. He didn't say he moved those. He didn't say he didn't. But most likely he moved the ones with the tomahawks. All right. So he actually put Putin off guard. And he made the statement. Well, then now Russia has to use resources to find out where the hell are the tomahawks subs. All right. So Bolton always wants to demonize Trump and that he doesn't know what he's doing. Yet, actually, this is a brilliant move. If you really think about what just happened, it's a brilliant move. Now, I suspect that his chief of staff is what are the ones that recommended this move. It wasn't Trump, right? And I think that the chief of staff knows a little bit more about warfare than Bolton does.
Really, really exciting, but that'll be in the back of their minds. The crew, the decisions they're making, the analysis that's going to happen afterwards.
Yeah, and again, so
I'm sorry,
to get your
I used the wrong term. Not the chief of staff, the joint chiefs of staff. That's what I meant. The joint chiefs of staff, the military chiefs of staff that are out that inform the president, not the chief of staff of the White House.
For those that are listening, what sort of length of time on a nuclear powered attack boat are you going to be out on patrol?
So, if I take my final deployment, was 286 days away from the UK, so we sailed in February and came back in December, which we did quite a few patrols. The longest patrol I've ever done was 99 days. In general, you might, for those kind of patrols, it's 60 days. But you're also seeing the strategic missile submarines going out for over 200 days at the moment, which is insanely long. To do that. So it is really tiring, as you can imagine. 60 days, the team are in a watch cycle of 6 hours on, 6 hours off continuously. The captain doesn't sit in that watch cycle because he or she might be needed immediately. But yeah, it's exceptionally busy.
Yeah, and I know the nuclear armed boats will spend the whole time under the sea, but is that 60 days you're submerged for the 60 days, or?
Yeah, definitely. So those are submerged. So, I mean, if you look at that 286-day deployment, 237 days of that 286-day deployment were underwater effectively, not in one go.
Crikey. Wow. No, we're seeing the Russians conduct their own significant naval exercises. They've just finished a big one that's brought a number of their fleets together, apart from the Black Sea Fleet, and they've coordinated that. We'll talk the Black Sea Fleet in a moment. But do you think these are pre-planned drills? Are they real-time naval response to the increasing NATO posture? Do the Russians have capabilities that they're trying to demonstrate by way of their information operations against us? And are they as good or as bad as people think?
So they do these exercises regularly, and they're definitely a demonstration of force as opposed to tactical. Them creating their own tactics and everything else. Is showing the world exactly what they can do and the capability they have. So you see them firing lots of missiles and depth charges and all kinds of stuff just to prove that they've got this capability. Whether they're good at what they do is another question. I know in the UK we have a tendency to overrate a lot of people's capabilities. I was fortunate enough to meet my adversary in 2009, who's captain of one of the Russian kilos, and I was pleased to say he was just like me. So we had this vision of some Rainius out of Hunt for Red October, and actually he wasn't Rainius from Hunt for Red October, but just a standard submarine captain, just as I was. And so yeah, I think we tend to overrate their capability. However, that said, the two newest submarines, the Yasin class and also the Bore class, are exceptionally capable. They often put videos out on YouTube of the inside of these things. I spend most of my free time, sadly, looking at these videos to work out whether their capability is better or has improved in the past, and it is definitely improving.
Yeah, well, we have tended to overestimate their capability, and I think on land, the Russians' ability to prosecute its operations in Ukraine have shown that tactically they're not good, and the Black Sea Fleet, I think, is an example of where, from a naval capability, they are being they've been decimated effectively by a country without a navy. So, do you think that reflects across all of the Russian fleets? Is that something that is a systemic problem within them? That I think the lessons that have come out are poor training, poor command and control, poor logistical support, meaning that there's poor availability of not just the platforms, but the weapon systems, and therefore it'll be the ISR systems and everything else that are on board.
Yes, so I think the submarine force is different because, particularly the Northern Fleet, they invest huge amounts of time and money in the Northern Fleet, out of all of the maritime operations that they do, and in particular the submarine force, because they believe that, as we do, the first line and last line of defence of Russia is in the maritime. I think the one thing we failed to look at, because you're absolutely right about their capabilities being proven to be not very good, but their psyche is very, very different. The Russian psyche and the Russian perception of life and its value is totally different to the way that we do it. So they don't fight by our rules, and that always becomes a problem. I've always thought that rules of engagement are everything. But we sometimes hamper ourselves massively when the enemy doesn't fight using the same rules of engagement.
Yeah, it's always difficult whenever you have different rules and you're trying to play the same game. I've had the fortune, like you, to meet my counterpart on land in Kosovo when the Russians came down, and he was just like me, I suppose, on a one-on-one. But you never got into a vodka drinking competition with him. That was the one thing that we avoided.
I do have a funny story about that, just really quickly. I'll take a minute. So when we came into Bergen for the centenary of the Norwegian submarine service, there was a Russian submarine, there was us, there was a US submarine and a German submarine, and I walked in and the Russians were serving vodka, and I hadn't drunk for 65 days. And after the third one, I said, I can't do any more of this. And I go to the US captain to see him because I know him, and then he says, here's our NCIS, the Navy police guy. And he said, right, the Russians have set up an observation post opposite the base, and whatever you do, don't drink the vodka.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's a growing interest in socialism among young people in America, but do they know about its dismal past and history of failure? In the East.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yes, we've got lots
just
of stories.
Just a side note, back in 2021. I believe that was when I started doing the series called Vodka Wars. This is when the Ukrainian war starts with Putin and Zelensky. Okay, that I think I have about 100 episodes or so out there. But that period of time, that was the reason why I called it Vodka Wars, because of this war that was going on between Russia and a old satellite country of Russia. So I just I use these terms. I use the names of the shows to try to convey different thoughts with the name. All right, I put a lot of thought into each name. This one's Yard Wars, and the ones that have been listening understand why I call it Yard Wars. But Vodka Wars, back then when the war started, that was the reason why I called it Vodka Wars, was because of the Russians and their vodka.
I'll avoid going down that rabbit hole today. But we've seen, you know, in the last week, there's been reports about the Russian Navy and the Chinese Navy holding joint exercises. How concerned should we be about this increasing cooperation that there seems to be with China supporting Russia in this fight against Ukraine? We saw before that Chinese Navy coming up and exercising with the Russians. We've seen some Chinese army coming up and exercising with the Russians, and we've now got this exercise being built. Is this a level of cooperation that we haven't seen before?
Yeah, I think it is. I think the difference now, and it is genuinely concerning. And if you're in the Asia Pacific, I'd be really, really concerned about this, which is where I think the focus will shift towards. At the expense of the North Atlantic, I think that's where this is going to go. But before the Chinese returned to the Russians to learn tactics, and that's it. This is very different. The Chinese are so far advanced with their tactics and how they built a navy. You know, we always used to go about how are they going to train people to do stuff, and they've done it and they managed it. And I think it's almost the other way around now. The Russians learning how they integrate with the Chinese, and the Chinese are the leading force.
Okay, interesting. But you know, and how they integrate and all the rest of it. You know, the latest Russian nuclear submarine, Ukrainians seem to have pulled off a real coup by hacking in and getting the plans and publishing them out onto different websites, revealing sort of potential vulnerabilities and all the rest of it. And all this comes at a time when Moscow, you said the focus might shift to the Pacific, but Moscow's also increasing its capability in the Arctic. And I suppose the trade routes through the Arctic connect Atlantic, Pacific, and are going to be critical to all of this. You know, how significant is that sort of leak and that hack from a submariner's perspective? You know, if you were going to command one of the new boats, would you be concerned that people have got an advantage now in trying to find it?
Yeah, I'd be slightly horrified by that, to be honest, because if the enemy already knows my acoustic signature and they've not had to come in, I've just lost one major advantage that goes with it. The only thing that plays against that is the fact that sonar technology now, I mean, submarines are so quiet now that sonar technology is struggling to keep up. And so actually it's all about using other methods in order to detect submarines. And interesting, I mean, I've operated under the Arctic, under the North Pole and beyond, and that is a really harsh environment. So any advantage that you can get from intelligence like that gives you a huge advantage in that particular area.
So that's good on Ukraine, but again, good on Ukraine. If we shift to the Black Sea, Ukraine doesn't have a navy. Mind you, they've managed to systematically dismantle the effectiveness of the Russian Black Sea fleet, with confining them really to close Russian shores, moving them out of their Black Sea fleet headquarters that was in Crimea, sinking about a third of them, damaging about half of them. You know, how have they been so successful in achieving this level of denial of the seaway to a supposedly much superior on paper naval force?
Well, I think it's a classic example. Well, it's classic. It's not a classic example. It's a brilliant example of where a country with no maritime doctrine is not constrained by that and just looks for radical ideas to be able to do this. It's amazing when you think about it. Western nations are constrained by doctrine. Is thought to be a good thing, but actually it doesn't let you do the out of the box thinking. And so they just moved at speed. Somebody's just turned around and said, "Hey, I've got a good idea. Let's do this," and they've just done it. Whereas if you tried to do that here in the UK and pushed it through the MOD procurement system, maybe 15 years later, you'll have what you should have had today.
Well, or 15 years later, you'll get something that is less than 60% of what you should have had today and what you really wanted, but will it cost 10 times the amount? Seems to be the way it works. But and I always remember people saying you should not apply doctrine dogmatically, because that's when it starts to fail, which we tend to do. But do you think that the lessons that are coming out of that are going to revolutionize the way we procure our military equipment, the way we develop our capabilities in the West? And I suspect in every domain we're beta testing as many new weapon systems and capabilities as possible in Ukraine's war against Russia.
I would hope it does. I think that, so for example, whenever we wanted an urgent operational requirement, we always got a really great bit of kit, and you might pay more for it, but it was a great big piece of kit whilst procurement caught up. I think it changes if other nations start doing exactly the same, which is, hey, look, let's make something cheap, simple, just does what it says on the box, that changes warfare, because we either catch up and adopt the same form, or we lose out, because having technology that's so complex is not always the answer. Simplicity in the complicated is the answer.
Oh, come on, from UK perspective, it has to be gold plated and diamond encrusted. Otherwise, it's not going to, whether it works or not doesn't matter, as long as it's at that elite level. I think seems to be UK procurement. But Russia's still operating Kilo-class submarines in the Black Sea, and we've seen them launching caliber cruise missiles successfully into Ukraine. Ukraine's air defences are having better results against them. But how significant does the caliber class threat in the Black Sea still pose? And conversely, how vulnerable are they to Ukraine's innovative tactics? We've seen them get damaged in port, but could there be other ways that they'd be vulnerable?
Well, I think for let me take the first question first. So the Caliber missile is a bit like the Tomahawk land attack missile, the Russian version of it. Immensely capable, but slow enough to be taken out by air defense systems, and they don't have the same luck with hypersonics or some of the ballistic missiles that Russia's been firing into Ukraine. I think the next stage on from Ukraine's innovative way of dealing with submarines is, underwater drones, and how do they deal with it underwater. The difficulty for them then is how do they detect the submarine to start with. So that becomes probably the limiting factor. But I bet someone is trying to invent that capability to be able to take out guard submarines in the Black Sea, and hoping that the West gives the surveillance capability they need to be able to detect them.
Yeah, I don't think either of us could actually expand on that and comment and without upsetting a few people. But yeah, I hope so too. Now, let's turn to the threat that you've warned about extensively. In some of the stuff that you talked about, coming closer to home, but it also goes into not just the Black Sea, but the Baltic Sea and everywhere else. We've got our subsea infrastructure, our critical national infrastructure and the cables. We've seen those being interdicted in the Baltic. We've seen them being supposedly cut around Shetland. We've seen Russian spy ships off key nodes in the Irish Sea and out in the Atlantic and everything else. And then we saw the Nord Stream 2 pipeline getting damaged. Now, how vulnerable do you think our subsea critical infrastructure is? And how much do you think our economy depends on the likes of you and your previous life managing to keep that safe?
I think we're an island nation, right? So we do rely massively on different cables, whether it's for communications, whether it's for energy, whether it's for a variety of other things. So it is critical national infrastructure. The challenge, of course, is who's got responsibility for that infrastructure. Is it the owner of the infrastructure? Is it a government because it suddenly becomes critical national infrastructure? And then what can we actually do about whatever they're doing? So the first thing is, what are they doing? Now, we assume they're cutting, they do cut cables on occasion, but are they gathering intelligence from that stuff? Are they sending other messages? Who knows what they're doing? Because we haven't got anything that can go down that deep to go see what they've done. So developing that capability to be able to go and check and then repair becomes everything. But then also surveilling what their program does and who's doing that is also really, really difficult. So that does need military. It can't just be done from the companies that own the cables themselves. I think once they've sorted out the first bit of who's responsible for what cable, then they need to put the countermeasures in place to make sure they can be protected.
But again, we're seeing
why you should never wrap your credit card in tin foil. I've worked at a big corporation bank for 12 years. Yesterday, I watched another elderly couple lose their life savings third time this week. My hand.
But again, we're seeing attacking critical infrastructure, and I've sort of been caught slightly with our pants down. We've seen Ukraine innovate with drones in the way that they've managed to decimate the Black Sea fleet. With all these changes that are coming in, do we have the flexibility in our, and not just UK, but our Western psyche to be able to innovate, look forward, look at how threats are developing and create the countermeasures before the threat actually manifests itself? Or do you think, as you said earlier, we're too stuck in our doctrinally driven, dogmatic ways we're always going to be playing catch up.
I think there are individuals within the system that can come up with some great ideas. I said the beauty of being serving as captain on HMS Turbulent was we came up with some absolutely brilliant stuff. And we were able to deploy that stuff because we had control of HMS Turbulent effectively. We weren't answering to somebody else to get their sign off on whatever it does. And unless we change the process, we lose the chance of implementing these innovative ideas that people have really, really quickly to solve problems. It's like I said, I spent many an evening thinking about how to solve the problem about protecting critical. I've got some great ideas to go with it, but if I fed those in, it'd be decades before something was realised, and then it's all too late because we've moved on to something else.
Go on, give it a flavour. If you had to, you're put in front of John Healy now. And you're saying to John, right, you've asked me how to spend money. We need to protect this. What are you going to tell them to do?
Well, I turn around and say you need to think broader than just the critical national infrastructure. You need to think about the intelligence apparatus that goes with this in order to prevent, so you know what's coming, where it's going to, and what you need to intervene with. And then you need to have the capabilities to intervene that. And there's some great concepts out there. You just need to implement these things rather than using commercial off-the-shelf stuff as opposed to bespoke capability.
Yeah, so the latest ships that have been brought into Royal Navy colours are commercial off-the-shelf former North Sea oil rig support ships. Do you think that's the right way to go?
Well, I do in some ways. I mean, I was in charge when I left the Navy. I was in charge of Shearwater, which was a high-pressure, high-temperature drilling platform in there. Drilling production platform in the North Sea. And I always used to look at the support vessels and go, my God, these are impressive bits of kit that the Navy should look at buying, because you put some weapons on them, but all the other capability is incredible. So I think that's the smart move to bring those into the fold, and we should go out and buy more of them.
Yeah, but trying to dispel some of the myths that are out there. A standard nuclear attack submarine, whether it be British, whether it be American, whether it be Russian, whether it be Chinese, isn't ordinarily configured to go and snuggle around critical national infrastructure, tap into it, cut it. They need other specialist things that can come and help them do that.
That's correct. I mean, attack submarines aren't designed for that at all. I think there was one potentially in the US that was, and the Russians have their own underwater program with Lysharik is the name of the submarine that they use in order to do that. But there's other ways of doing it. You don't need submarines to be able to do it. You need ships with the right capability that could go all the way down. Because how do they service those cables? They service them already using civilian ships with the right capability.
Yeah, and it seems to be that they're cutting them in a very simple way by just getting super tankers from the Great Fleet, dropping their anchor and just dragging them across, and that will damage anything else in the seabed.
Yeah, absolutely. The range of where they need to operate, it doesn't need to be in 4,000 meters of water. You can do it in 50 meters of water and easily create the same effect.
Yeah.
Let me just do a quick plug for the products. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. All these videos are for free. Get the great products that I offer. These are products that I use every day. The structural gel, either in the tube form or in the quick dispenser, it's dual purpose. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. You can also put it around your eyes. It stays active for 5.5 hours. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put it on the skin and it'll help to heal. In addition, the gel can help with help with your skin as a daily skincare. You can couple it with vitamin C and the collagen as a great way to improve your skin. How? The gel is the topical layer to help with the health of the topical part of your skin. The dermal layer can improve with the vitamin C cross-linking with the collagen when you drink filtered water, about 32 to 64 ounces of water throughout the day. And if you want to help with the basal layer of the skin, you can use C60 and resveratrol. So it's a great way to improve your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and be prepared. If you're, if you may need this, you never know when. In addition, you can use it as a daily skincare. Also, I have a very high quality structural nano silver toothpaste. It's no fluoride. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with your gum health, reduces inflammation at the gum line. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to get. Now, yes, it's a little bit more expensive, but it is the best toothpaste that you can buy. Get a few tubes of this for your household. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. I also have deodorants. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have created these deodorants that are in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. No aluminum, no baking soda, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality deodorants for males and females, and it's dual purpose. You use it as a deodorant, but it also will help to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants. Get a few bars for your household. And lastly, cleanse. It's a 30 parts per million solution. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. What's going to happen is that you're improving your oral cavity, the health of your oral pharynx, you're maintaining a mucosal barrier, and helping the health of the epithelial lining. That's going to allow you to boost up your immune system. You get other benefits from using this. You can read the benefits on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please go to my store. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse is part of my first pillar of the core protocol. The first pillar boosts up the immune system. The second pillar is C60 that will soak up free radicals. The third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, boost up that immune system and help with the cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost is the fourth pillar to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Go to the store, help support the work. All these videos are for free.
And the simplest approach is nearly always the best. Yeah, do you think the UK is in a position, and it's not just the UK, I suppose, it's our European nations and our American brothers as well are in a position to properly affect and protect the thousands of miles of infrastructure that are relying on the seabeds that we have out there, or have they just been randomly put down without the thought of protecting them at all? That's someone else's responsibility. Is this a true naval mission? Is it a mission for? Is it something that the companies that own the cable should be contributing to, so it doesn't keep hitting the defence budget? Do there need to be private naval security companies?
It's a really good comment. Now you got me thinking of a business idea there. I like that. So the cables, I think the future generation of cables will all be armoured sufficiently to deal with most stuff. And so as you go through this replacement cycle of cables, then they will be better protected. But that doesn't take into account all the existing cables. So there does need to be something in place to be able to protect effectively. And why they might want to go for really deep water cutting of cables is because it's extremely difficult to go and repair them at that point, which then results in replacement, which then results in hits the economy, all that kind of stuff that goes with it. So the whole strategy between underwater cables is absolutely fascinating. And how you protect those, and I'm not certain that we've got that yet.
So looking at things from a geopolitical perspective, with the war between Russia and Ukraine, with what's happening in the Middle East, and we haven't touched on Iran and Iran's naval and submarine capability, and with what China is doing in Southeast Asia, do you think we're on a path that could develop into a more global conflict at some stage?
I'd like to think that isn't the case, but it feels like we're closer than we've ever been to that potential. And that's not to be alarmist or scary or anything else like that. It's just that if you everything repeats itself, and you only have to go back in history. And we've always said the nuclear deterrent has been the one reason we haven't had another world war 50, within that timescale. But people are becoming less interested in the impact of releasing nuclear forces. We talked about tactical nukes and all this kind of stuff like it's just a toy, and you're thinking this is really, really significant. So if our politicians aren't thinking in those terms, then it can escalate very, very quickly. I'm not talking about just British politics, I'm talking about politicians across the world, because those are the ones that decide where we go. So it does concern me. It feels like the world's as unsafe as it's been in my lifetime, and that's really, really concerning.
Yeah, and people don't realise, and this is, I think, the 80th anniversary of the Americans dropping the nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. People don't realise that there's no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon. Dropping a nuclear weapon will have a strategic effect, and is something that should never happen. Do you think the use of the word nuclear by Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin's team, Putin is using himself, but all this came down to Medvedev threatening Donald Trump in the first place is not helpful?
I do think that. I think calming down the rhetoric would be a really, really useful way. That there are different ways to, I cannot believe that the diplomats who are clearly trying to negotiate and do everything else are helped by the rhetoric from either side. I just don't think it helps.
Well, Ryan, on that point, I hope the diplomats are listening. Thank you very much indeed for talking to me today on Frontline.
Thank you.
You were watching Frontline with me, Philip Ingram. If you'd like access,
we're going to go to Ludnick talking about tariff revenue. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite is a great way to detoxify your body. When you detoxify your body, your immune system will improve, your tissues will improve, your neurons will improve, your endocrine system will improve. These are all very important systems that help with your health and wellness, but not just that, slowing down the aging process. If you have a bad immune system or bad endocrine system, or certain organs aren't performing well, guess what? You age faster. Really simple. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It'll bind to them and allow you to urinate those toxins, chemicals, and heavy metals within 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water. Do that every day, and it's a great way to detoxify your body. If you want a heavier detox, take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water every day until the bottle's done. Do that once or twice a year. But it's better to do a maintenance every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite. This is a high quality product that's going to help to detoxify your body, including forever chemicals. But you also have to reduce your exposure to these items. And you reduce your exposure by drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, and cleaning your home. Lots of cleaning solutions, paints, chemicals in your home get into the air and you're breathing. So if you have to have those in your home, put them in a double layered container, like a container, and then put that container in another container. That's a great way to reduce your exposure or to get rid of them if you can. So make sure you clean your environment. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. It's a great way to improve your health.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Welcome back. President Trump's historic reciprocal tariffs kicking in at midnight, marking the biggest shift in the global economy in nearly a century. The president posted on Truth Social this morning, quote, tariffs are flowing into the USA at levels not thought even possible. The president also announcing a 50% tariff on exports from India beginning August 27th because of the country's continued purchase of Russian oil. President Trump criticizing India for ignoring the Ukraine conflict as New Delhi defends its energy needs, saying it's ready to pay a heavy price and that imports of oil will not stop. The White House reviewing similar penalties on other countries still buying Russian energy. Joining me now is U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for spending the time.
Oh, it's great fun to be with you, Maria.
And I know you've talked about non-tariff barriers in the past as the president is looking at tariffs as a way to get countries to come to the middle and, in fact, change certain ways. Will the president consider that kind of tariff retaliation on China as well if it continues to buy Russian oil?
I think the president said yesterday everything's on the table. You know, he thinks of his role as the peacemaker in the world and the creator of opportunity for America. And he's going to use all the tools in his toolbox to use it, and he hasn't ruled anything out.
So the president signaled progress on a China deal, Secretary, this 90-day pause on tariffs set to expire August 12th. The president said he's getting very close to extending that trade truce, willing to meet with Xi Jinping this year if a deal is reached. Do you expect that deadline to be extended?
I do. I think we're going to leave that to the trade team and to the president to make those decisions. But it feels like likely that they're going to come to an agreement and extend that for another 90 days. But I'll leave it to that team.
I mean, it's incredible to me that you all are doing these negotiations with what we know is a bad actor. But I understand that you don't have much choice. We are very tied to the Chinese economy with so many supply chains there. Two Chinese nationals charged in California for illegally shipping NVIDIA AI chips to China. They're accused of moving millions of dollars worth of cutting-edge H100 chips through Malaysia and Singapore in an effort to dodge U.S. export controls. Secretary, what is the plan to stop China from going around all of the tariffs and getting their products through other markets secretly?
Well, the key is, you know, right now, semiconductors are primarily like 90% of them are made in Taiwan. So yesterday was an epic day, right? The president over the last 3 days has met with the leaders of, or spoken to the leaders of all of the tech companies. He had Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Tim Cook yesterday, both in his office talking, and he set tariffs to bring semiconductor manufacturing to America. It was beautiful to watch the president and his team talk to all the tech companies, get all of their input to set it right. And what he said was he won't charge tariffs while you're building in the country. But if you're not building in the country, 100% tariffs. So his objective is to get semiconductor manufacturing done here of our best technology. And that way we can control it the best.
Yeah.
That's the strategy. It's great for America, and President Trump is on it.
And you're right, Secretary. I mean, look at how we're so reliant. You know, you just said it, 90% of the advanced semiconductor chips, these are chips we use in the military, made in Taiwan. The president threatened that 100% tariff on all chip imports in this push to get these companies to bring their supply chains here. But that takes time. Do you think the president will give some concessions to some of these companies and say, look, if I know that you're building a supply chain in the U.S., if I know that you're at least starting the process, because how long does it take to build a supply chain and a manufacturing plant in America? A couple of years, right?
You got it exactly right. So what the president said is if you commit to build in America during his term, and if you file it with the Commerce Department, and if your auditor oversees you building it all the way through, then he will allow you to import your chips while you're building without a tariff. But you have to be confirmed and overseen building in America. And what that's going to bring is $1 trillion of semiconductor build in America, launched by Donald Trump yesterday. I mean, talk about having fun in the Oval Office. I mean, this is historical.
It's incredible. It's next level. I mean, look, the pictures of the president with Tim Cook yesterday as Apple, announced this investment of $100 billion. The president highlighted Apple as an example of a company that would be spared significant levies after, they made that announcement of $100 billion investment in the U.S.
And what's amazing is that all these economists, especially when the market was tanking, when the tariffs were announced on April 2nd of this year, all the economists were saying, this is going to take the economy and Trump's not going to be able to bring back manufacturing and blah, blah, blah. And it's going to slow down the whole world. And here, we're actually giving an incentive to speed up production in the United States so they don't get a tariff hike. All the economists were wrong. And America is coming back with manufacturing. Trust me on this.
So tell us about that in terms of what you're expecting. The tariff plan expected to be formally unveiled next week. In terms of the chip companies, are you expecting more investment? How much investment has come in so far? And do you expect specific companies to announce they're committing to build in America?
Here's the most fun stuff. If you haven't exercised in years, you have to start small with my beginner-friendly Tai Chi class. 3 reasons every man over 40 should start doing Tai Chi workout today. 1, it's one of the only workouts proven to help you live longer. Seriously, it's backed by science. 2, just 1 week in, and you'll notice the difference.
Here's the most fun statistic. AI CapEx spending. So spending on AI last quarter exceeded consumer spending for GDP. So we've got so much investment coming into AI that what the president's done is he's harnessed it. He says to Apple, you've got to build here. In Meta, you've got to build here. NVIDIA, you've got to build here. TSMC, you've got to build here. I just said $2 trillion worth of investment right there. So the president is harnessing all of this investment coming into America. They're going to be building plants in America. You know, TSMC announced $200 billion in Arizona, Micron, $200 billion in Idaho and New York. I mean, this is huge, and it's going to be across America. So Donald Trump is grabbing it and bringing in all that investment into America. And basically what he said is, you've heard him say time and again, if you build in America, you're not going to pay a tariff. And what he did is he said, I'll give you the leeway if you're committed to building in America, and only if you're committed to building in America, then he'll hold off on your tariff. But if you're not building in America, 100% tariff.
Yeah.
Pay or perform in America.
So I guess it was Scott Bessent who was on this program last week who said they're looking at some $300 billion in revenue from tariffs this year alone. How much revenue have you brought in so far just from tariffs sector?
So last month it averaged just over 30 billion. And as of last night, midnight, the tariffs went up. I think we're going to be heading towards 50 billion a month in tariff revenue that no one's talked about except for the president.
Now, think about this, 50 billion a month. That's a lot of money. 50 billion a month in tariffs, in tariff revenue. You're not seeing a big blip up of inflation that all the economists said were going to happen. Didn't. They said that manufacturing can't come back, but it is. Tariff revenue is going up. They said it wasn't going to happen. See, all these experts on Bloomberg were pushing a narrative because Trump just took their cheese and moved it to a different restaurant. And the establishment that were making money by just pushing paper, shipping jobs overseas, and having foreign investors buy bonds, that establishment is having convulsions now because Trump took away their cheese. And we're going back to an era that was very similar before NAFTA. Manufacturing's coming back to the United States. Now, that doesn't mean that it's about just putting a screw in and doing all the final assembly and all that. In some cases, it is. There's some final assembly. But in many cases, the higher end products, pieces or sub-assemblies are being made in the United States. This is good. This is really good. This is really good for America. And once again, it took a Republican, all right, that was thinking out of the box, Trump and his team, to say the status quo for the last 35 years doesn't need to continue. Now, did we have some benefits from it? Yes. We imported deflation, but we've also exported our jobs. Now we can kind of reverse that with newer technologies, automation, artificial intelligence. The United States is coming back. It's a wonderful thing. I'm so glad to be alive to see this and also to document this. Because I've seen the pendulum. I remember what it was like before NAFTA and what it meant for Detroit and how NAFTA destroyed the manufacturing base in the Midwest and how it's coming back now and reversing some of the negative effects of NAFTA.
$50 billion a month. And that's where we are now. And then you're going to get the semiconductors, you're going to get pharmaceuticals, you're going to get all sorts of additional tariff money coming in. And as the president says, this could continue to head towards and ultimately reach $1 trillion. I mean, these are amazing numbers for the United States of America, and no one's retaliating. Everybody understands you've got to sell to the American consumer. The American consumer is the most powerful factor in the earth for the economy, and Donald Trump is harnessing it for the benefit of the American people.
What can you tell us about this 40% transshipment levy?
So the idea is, you know, it's one thing to set a tariff. So we set a tariff on Vietnam of 20%, but that's for Vietnamese goods. If some other country, let's say China, wants to send things to Vietnam and have Vietnam then sell them to America, that comes with 40%. So China wants to send stuff to America. Let's just
now think about this.
China.
Think about this. We have an economy that's around $22, $23 trillion. To get to $1 trillion in tariff revenue, you have to bring in about $83 billion a month. He's at 50. Now, will he hit $1 billion? 83 billion? Probably not. But it might tap out at 75, so it's going to be pretty damn close to $1 trillion. I'll tell you, the Democrats have screwed this country so much, and the average citizen doesn't understand how much damage the Democratic Party has caused.
But stop this nonsense of sending it to other countries. So that's the idea, which is if it's your country, you pay your tariff, and if it actually has significant content, like 30% from any other country, then it should be taxed at that other country's tariff. Yeah. And that's a higher tariff, obviously. And so that's the idea. And it's going to raise hundreds of billions of dollars for America.
It's incredible. And that's what I was just saying. What's the plan for stopping China? There you have it, the 40% transshipment levy. Secretary, it's great to see you. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
Right, great to
and
see
think about what the economists were saying. Oh, this is bad for the economy. It's going to raise prices. It didn't raise prices at any significant level. Nor will it. Now, the ones that were trying to fight the system, trying to fight Trump's agenda on tariffs, not only were they making money with just pushing paper, but think about it. They own companies, transnational companies, that were making products overseas with a high margin, profit margin, to sell in the United States with low tariffs, if any tariffs. Okay. So they maintain that high margin. Now, with Trump's agenda, with the tariffs, he's shrinking their margin a little bit, right? And there's a little bit of an inflationary pressure at the end user level, maybe a third or less in most items. But it's bringing in more revenue. Now think about what Trump did. He basically said, transnational capitalist company, you are going to pay through the tariff so we can pay down our deficit, to have revenues coming into the government to pay for services of the government, to service the debt. The transnational capitalists didn't want you to tariff them. They wanted the old system where they had the high margin and the American public was taxed. Or new bond issuance would happen and we would have to pay through inflate through inflation because of printing money. Because you issue a bond, right? When you issue a bond, you're getting money in, but it's inflationary because you have more debt, right? And there's a weakening of the dollar because of it. So you pay through inflation, or you pay through higher taxes. And that's the little person. The transnational capitalists could play around with taxes and bring down their marginal tax rate. So the old system, without the tariffs, the transnational capitalists could find the loopholes so they didn't have to pay. But when they don't pay, when the transnational capitalist doesn't pay, that means the little person, the middle class, the poor, the ones that are not the transnational capitalists, have to pay through inflation or higher taxation. But with what Trump just did, is he was saying, well, wait a minute. If we charge tariffs on these transnational capitalists, then revenues are going to come in, and the amount that the middle class and the poor have to pay is going to be less to the government. Less need for taxation, less bond issuance. Now do you understand why the transnational capitalists told the mainstream media that Trump was very bad, was orange man bad? Because it wasn't about him being orange. It wasn't about him being bad. It wasn't even him not being an intellectual. It was all because he was moving their fucking cheese to a different restaurant. And unfortunately, the cheese that he moved to the new restaurant, the transnational capitalists are now going to have to pay the bill. That's what Trump just did. And that's why Bloomberg and all the talking heads and all the economists are demonizing this. Because they are in power to have ads on mainstream media to push an agenda. And that agenda was they wanted the middle class to pay the taxes and to eat the inflation with the issuance of bonds. And the transnational capitalists were going to have the high margins on the labor arbitrage and find loopholes so they didn't have to pay their share of taxes and find a lower margin. Now, I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist by any means. All right, I'm a capitalist. But I also understand this. Economic clustering is what made America great, and it's gonna be what makes America even greater. And that's the whole point of what Trump was saying about make America great again. Meanwhile, the Democrats and the transnational capitalists and a fraction of the Republican Party that was aligned with the transnational capitalists, they were demonizing Trump on what he was saying. They tried to say, well, this is a racial thing. No, it wasn't. It was moving the cheese. That's all it was. Make America Great Again, it was all about moving the cheese. Moving the cheese of the transnational capitalists where now they are paying their fair share. See, you don't raise taxes on the transnational capitalists because the transnational capitalists will find ways to get around the taxes. But if you need to get goods made in an arbitrage labor environment, low-cost center, and move them into the United States, that's a lot harder to find a loophole. Genius move. But all the experts out there thought that Trump was going to fail in this. All the experts wanted to demonize him. All the experts wanted to demonize MAGA. All the experts said this wasn't going to work. But yet it is. Yet it is. Trump moved the cheese.
So you think you know Wix, do you really? First up, we've got shaped video masks. You can use different shapes to create.
What do you think about Friday was? All right, this is going to be talking about labor data, yields, and Fed rates. But before we go there, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. Take the supplements that I offer, especially the ones that are dual purpose. You get more bang for your buck. Take the collagen. The collagen is a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. Take it every day. You get a big scooper in here. This is a month's supply. This will help you with your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your joints, your cartilage, your bone density. Take it every day. It's really important. And if you take it with vitamin C, you drink the filtered water, guess what? It's going to cross-link and help with the dermal layer. So collagen is a really important supplement, especially when you get older. So take it every day. It's a very high quality product. And take the stack to help with your vascular system and your immune system. Turmeric is an antioxidant that's going to soak up free radicals and bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. By bringing down chronic inflammation, you're going to improve your immune system and your vascular system. Ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. Bring down inflammation at the vascular level. Super important. Because by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. And lignans helps with your endocrine system and your immune system, soaks up free radicals. It's an antioxidant. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. I take it every day, put it in hummus. And this lignans will help with the immune system, the endocrine system, and bring down that inflammation. So when you're doing that, you're helping the immune system and that vascular system at the same time. And to get that synergistic effect, take the stack. That's the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. It's a super powerful stack, and it's the third pillar of my core protocol. All right? And if you've been paying attention, and if you've been watching me for years, you notice that Dr. Paul Cottrell isn't aging, and Dr. Paul Cottrell is not a vampire. All right? And why is Dr. Paul Cottrell not aging as fast as other people? Because my protocol fucking works. All right? All you got to do is just pay attention, and it works. Just take it, and it works. All right? You don't even have to think about it. It just happens. Just like how Steve Jobs says about Apple, when he was still alive. The damn thing just works. Well, the same thing with my protocol. It works. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, guess what? You get a free gift. But better yet, if you follow the protocol, or you take pieces of it and learn from how to stack this stuff, like I'm telling you, you're going to see benefits in your health. You're going to see your health and wellness improving, and it's a holistic approach. It's not just the supplements. It's also that holistic lifestyle change. Proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stop eating processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise. That's resistance training, cardiovascular, stretching, and balancing exercises. Learn new things. Detoxify your body. Get enough sleep. These are all important holistic approaches to slow down the aging process. It works. I'm in my 50s. Guess what? I'm pretty fit, all right? So a lot fitter than Alex Jones, who's younger than Dr. Paul Cottrell. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my protocol. If you can't afford everything that I do, which most people can't, but if you can't, pay attention and stack accordingly based on your price point. And I give you tons of ways to stack these things together to synergistically get those benefits. Boost up that immune system, help with your endocrine system, help with your cardiovascular system, help with your bone density, help with your brain function, help to boost up your metabolism, how to lose weight. These are all very important. If you don't take charge of your life, you don't take charge of your own health, no one will. No one will. Where else are you going to get as accurate and as comprehensive information and ways to stack than on the show? There's no one. No one does it. No one. There's no one out there that gives you as comprehensive of a method that's affordable. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take charge of your life, because if you don't, no one will.
A whole mess of crazy news, starting with the jobs number, but then firing the BLS chief. And how bad is the labor situation?
So we felt, and I've been saying for some time, that hiring is down to stall speed. That's been true, I think, for the last few months. The reason the unemployment rate is so low is not that businesses are firing, they're not, but they're not hiring either. And we're losing labor supply because of the immigration policies. So I agree with what Governor Cook said. You've got to look at more than just headline unemployment.
We're losing labor supply because of the immigration policy. That's Wall Street talk for saying we need more illegal immigrants so we can have slave labor, period. So we can have more profit margin, period. So you need me to translate Wall Street talk. Goldman Sachs, smartest guy.
Understand the labor market. The labor market is weak.
Vice Chairman Robert Kaplan, Goldman Sachs. Supposedly Goldman Sachs is the smartest person in the room. I've been in the room with Goldman Sachs. They weren't the smartest one in the room. Trust me.
Headline unemployment suggests, and the reason again is businesses are not hiring. Hiring is very sluggish, and it just doesn't look as bad as it might, because supply is also declining. So I agree with the conclusion there's weakness in the market. So the BLS numbers from Friday, for me it was a little weaker than expected, but it was confirmatory that backward revisions were not a surprise.
But does it concern you that it looks like when the president does
hearts, no two beat the same. So we built a team of the best heart surgeons who always find the one approach.
It looks like when the president doesn't like the data he's getting, he fires the statistician. That doesn't seem like that seems something that happens in China.
So I joined the Fed 10 years ago. First thing I learned in my first 30 days, I had a talk with a very senior economist who said, don't overact any one data report because they're distorted, they get revised, they're based on surveys. Since COVID, that's even more true because the survey response rate is lower. I think the BLS believe they need to invest more money in technology, high frequency data, other sophisticated techniques. But I do think that it's critical, whatever happens there, we have to have confidence in those numbers. And I don't think Friday and the backward revisions.
All right, so let me get this straight. Robert Kaplan, vice chairman of Goldman Sachs, former Dallas Fed president, so he's tied to the Federal Reserve, supposedly the smartest people in the room. But yet there's another video here from a representative of JP Morgan that's saying we're setting ourselves up for a growth recovery in 2026. He's bullish. These things that he's saying are not so bullish. Now, what's going to happen is the Federal Reserve most likely will lower interest rates this year. Probably a quarter point. I doubt it's going to be a half a point. All right, but probably a quarter point. And that's going to be an accelerant for the stock market. The stock market's going to rally. I still have a 6,800 to 7,000 target for the S&P 500 by year end.
I think, do they need to update their practices? Sure. Should they use more technology? Yes. But it's the critical thing is we have confidence in whatever comes out of BLS.
Well, that's the thing. This is a conversation.
We need confidence that's coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But why does it take the President of the United States to fire people to get their act together with the econometrics? Bunch of PhDs at BLS. Guess what? They should have known better months, if not years ago, about this fucking bullshit. And that's the problem. But no, Orange Man bad, according to Bloomberg.
Having for hours on Friday that these issues with data collection and these big revisions that we've been seeing, they predate the second Trump administration. We were talking about this a year ago, even at this time. So perhaps the BLS needs to refresh things, but it seems like—
No, what it is, you had a lot of people that were asleep at the wheel. One of the key things that you learn as a PhD is about data collection and how you try to prevent bias. Data collection is really important. It's a key skill to understand in statistics. And so you have this army of PhDs at BLS, and no one in the last 12 to 18 months had a better way to do it. Maybe you got to get new PhDs there, because there were a lot of PhDs sleeping at the wheel, just crunching the numbers like they have always done and collecting a check and giving us false data, a false impression of what really is going on because of their methodology was wrong.
Rates are coming down. The initial collection rates are just lower than they have been in the past. So that seems like a big problem when you're trying to assess the quality of this data.
And you remember, I was the Fed during COVID, and we found that a lot of the BLS data wasn't as reliable. So you may recall we started relying on a whole range of high frequency data, produced by Google and others, and we had to find other techniques. I do think it would be a healthy thing to review our techniques, review our practices. I do believe the people who lead BLS are able.
With the digital age that we're living in, you can get higher frequency data, push it through a filter to reduce the noise, because high frequency data has noise in it and a lot of volatility. You push it through a filter to take out that noise, statistical noise. And then you start to do your analysis. All right? And figure out what's really going on and do comparisons. Now, there's probably high frequency data on prior quarters, prior months, that you can back test this and then develop an econometric model, statistical model, to be able to report. But you don't have to get that fancy. You could do something that Greenspan did. He picked up a phone and he called his network because he used to consult. He was a business consultant, an economic consultant before he went to the Fed as chairman. And he would get on the phone and he would say, my statisticians, my economists at the Fed are saying this. What are you seeing, George? What are you seeing, Bob? What are you seeing, Ted, in your industry, with your business? And they would tell him. And he would take that information and compare it and make a judgment. But because these clowns don't have a social network anymore, they don't really have a good network like Greenspan, they can't do that. We need people that are part of the business community to be able to call Bob or Ted and find out what the hell is going on. You don't need a bunch of statisticians It's as simple as picking up a fucking phone. God. Fucking shitheads.
Well, they're trying to do the best job they can. They probably need more capital investment and more money to invest in some of these more sophisticated techniques.
It's not just changing the name at the top. Perhaps you need to fund it as well. You mentioned that, you know, during COVID, alternative data became very popular, and that's where I wanted to go. I mean, if you can, if there's skepticism over the headline figures that we're getting from the BLS each month, and you're seeing these heavy revisions, where are the best places to look to get a sense of what the labor market in America truly looks like?
So we've got a number of private sources like ADP. What I would say is I'd be skeptical about any one data print, but I think that's why you always look at the 3-month trend, the 6-month trend, the 9-month trend. You compare it to a reality check on some of these private sources. You compare it to what you're hearing from businesses. And in that regard, I still believe, I think we've got the ability to make good judgments. You just can't
If you do a 3-month trend, a 6-month trend, and a 9-month trend, and you look at that, guess what? By the time that you're actually in a problem, you are actually behind the 8 ball. That's the reason why you pick up the phone and ask Ted and Bob, what's going on in your industry? What's going on with your company? What are you seeing? What's the supply? What's the demand? How's the labor? What's your labor costs? And guess what? The magic of statistics. If you do that with 30 different companies, maybe even 40, you get a good picture of what's going on.
act or over rely on any one data print.
Are you worried at all about Fed independence, Rob? Because the president obviously has a strong view on where rates should be. I don't think that's unique. We've had presidents in the history of the United States who have had views on rates. We're hearing now that he may appoint Christopher Waller as the replacement for Jerome Powell when his term runs out. And there's a whole board, right, of people. Yeah. It's not just
for traveling and commuting. There's no other bag like this one. It brings peace of mind in a subtle way that makes a big difference. My phone, my wallet,
right, of people. Yeah. It's not just Powell. It won't just be Waller or whoever gets the seat. Are you worried about Fed independence?
I think there is a very strong culture and ethic at the Fed to make decisions divorced from political pressure, political considerations. That culture is very strong at the Fed. There'll be an onus on whoever the chair is to uphold that ethic.
Really? Let's fast forward to, not fast forward, let's rewind back to, remember Janet Yellen when she was running the Treasury Department? She used to run the Fed, and then she was moved to the Treasury Department. Remember, Janet Yellen was running the Fed under Obama, and part of the administration for Trump. Trump relieved her of duty, all right, kicked her out, and then brought on Powell because that's what Mnuchin wanted. Now, that was probably a bad idea to take the advice of Mnuchin, but okay, so Powell gets in. He's terrible. Trump loses in 2020. Biden gets into office, brings Yellen as Treasury Secretary. All right. And now, during the Biden administration, the Federal Reserve saw that there was inflation. They didn't raise rates when they needed to. And when they realized that they made a mistake, which I don't think I think they knew what they were doing. They said that inflation was transitory, but no, it was actually sticky. They should have raised rates much higher when they started raising rates to shock the system. So that was the second mistake that Powell made. The Federal Reserve was political during the Biden administration. They didn't raise rates when they needed to. And when they did start raising rates, when inflation became sticky, they didn't shock the system because they didn't want to hurt the Democratic Party. So don't give me this horse shit the Federal Reserve is not political. Because I just gave you two examples that happened in recent history.
And I know Chris Waller, for example, would, but I think a number of the other candidates, it'll be very important that they do also. But yeah, there are 12 votes around the table. The chair doesn't make the decision. He or she needs to form a consensus. And I think each of the people I know around the table adhere to that ethic.
Oh, so you have to build up a consensus with the 12 banks that are part of the system. And people can get compromised. People can be captured. People can be part of a government that is not elected. There is a monster, a machine, right, that's running certain things behind the scenes. Now, one of the levers that they pull is this stuff with the Federal Reserve. Now, it's not the ones in the Federal Reserve that are the puppet masters, but this is a means to be able to move the economy without, or affect the economy without Congress being involved, without the executive branch being involved. Meanwhile, when they screw up, you're paying for their mistake forever because of inflation. Now remember, they just tell you the inflation rate, all right? But when it becomes sticky, it's very rare for prices to go back down to pre-inflationary levels. So they'll say, well, we only have 2%. We have 7% inflation, and now it's back to 2%. You should be happy. Our target's 2%. But the absolute value of the cost of a good has remained to higher levels. Didn't go back to pre-inflationary levels. The only way to do that is to have negative inflation. You have to have deflation for that to happen. And everyone's petrified of deflation. So when they fuck up or do it on purpose, who pays the price? Sure as hell ain't the Federal Reserve Chairman or the Board of Governors. It's the average citizen that will forever pay the price. Literally. Forever. Forever. Price of goods forever stay at an elevated level even when you bring down the inflation rate to target. The only way it doesn't is if you have deflation. And the Federal Reserve is preventing that from happening. So they make a mistake and they're not accountable.
I also want to ask about rates, about treasuries, because it felt like we were floating up. Katie pointed out earlier, we were around 450, and now it looks like from Friday we reset to 420, but we still have the same demographics in these United States. Baby boomers aren't retiring. They're taking their money out, right? China isn't buying $4 trillion of the treasuries. And in fact, the rest of the world is maybe looking elsewhere. There is concern about things like when you fire a BLS statistician, the dollar has weakened. I mean, shouldn't the pressure on rates be upwards? Shouldn't 450 be the new normal? Why are we at 420?
Here's why we're at 420. Prospects for future growth have slowed. Remember,
we're at 420. Treasuries are lower because for multitude of reasons. One, the treasury yield is lower because the bond price is going up. Now, why would the bond price go up? Because people are buying. All right. Now, why are they buying? They're buying because they want a bit of a hedge, lock in a coupon, lock in at a yield. The Federal Reserve is going to lower rates at the end of the year. What are they going to do? Well, if you lock in a yield at 4.2, right? And right before the Fed lowers the rate, you're better off. So that's part of the reason, because the Fed is going to lower rates. But the other aspect to it is that as the stock prices go up, portfolio managers have to put some of their cash into treasuries to be able to hedge if there is a downfall. All right. And depending on their IPS, the investment policy statement, depends on how much of that will go into treasuries. All right. So if they're a prudent money manager, institutional investor, you're going to have a part of your portfolio in equities, and you're going to have a part of your portfolio in treasuries. So as as the stock market's going up, which it is, you're going to start seeing more and more of that, some of that money coming out of the stock market a little bit and hedging and going into treasuries to meet the IPS. Then you have banks that have to secure their, let's say they're doing loans. They have to secure a certain portion of that in treasuries on their balance sheet. So you have a banking industry coming in and buying. But, oh, Orange Man's causing tariffs, so it must mean that the yields must go to the moon. No, no, no. And what's really interesting about bonds is that it has a feedback that's a little bit different than stocks. You know, with stocks, it goes up and, you know, some people want to buy. And then when it starts to go down, they sell and there's less liquidity. All right. But typically in the bond market, when you look at the averages, not in any particular illiquid day, but if you look at the averages, typically what happens with bonds is that as the prices go down, the yields go up and it gets up to a certain point, and you'll always have investors that want to lock in that yield. So it can't go too high because there's always someone wanting to lock the yield. Oh, DrPaulCottrell just boiled it all down into a little nugget that you can have in your pocket. Let's listen to Rob Kaplan, who works at Goldman Sachs, the smartest guy in
the year. The Treasury was at 450, but we thought on January 1st, I think the estimates for GDP growth were 2.25%, 2.5%. Today, they're closer to 1.25%, 1.5%. And interestingly, the 10 years rallied a little, but maybe not as much as you would have expected. So why hasn't it? The term premium, the concern is that the term premium is inching up. Why is that happening? We've got 37 trillion of treasuries to sell. And heading north, we're running a $2 trillion deficit probably this year. And so the 10-year is affected by supply-demand factors and prospects for future growth. Normally, if I told you GDP expectations were declining.
Would you prefer to listen to this dipshit from Goldman Sachs? Or would you prefer to listen to Bessent, who actually broke the bank for the Bank of England? Because he was tied to Soros and did that, you know, crazy trade where they broke the sterling and made $1 billion. Which person would you trust on how to manage the money and how money really works? Some dipshit like Kaplan or Bassett? Now, Bassett basically said this: when the Fed starts to lower rates, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have a yield curve that goes down. That means that yields are going to go down, not up. Bond prices are going to go up, not down. Now, who do you want to trust? Bassett, who broke the Bank of England with Soros, or this dipshit?
Much, you might have expected a bigger rally in the 10-year than what we've seen. So the front end of the curve, there's been a lot of debate about that. That'll be based on Fed decisions, and we can talk about that. The back end of the curve, the further away you get away from the Fed funds rate, is more about the deficits, prospects for future growth, supply, demand of treasuries. And yeah, there's some concerns and vulnerabilities given how much treasuries we're trying
to. The transmission of the effects of the Federal Reserve is not equal. That's true. It's going to affect the front of the curve more than the back of the curve. But the curve is going to shift down. It's going to be paralleled. All right? It's going to be a parallel shift. Maybe not completely parallel, but it sure as hell ain't going to just stay at a high yield in a 30-year and just move in the front of the curve. And you're just going to have a movement just pivoting. It's going to be paralleled.
I just can't take it anymore. There are so many stupid people out there that are ruining our economy, that people listen to, and actually they think, because of their title from Goldman Sachs, that they know what the fuck they're talking about. But literally, trust me on this. These same types of jackasses were told you don't buy into the equities in April when the tariffs were announced. And I told you the opposite. I said, buy equities. Don't worry about it. You get a lot of people saying equities were going to go down, the dollar's going to go down, the treasuries are going to go down, America's going to go into the ocean and move your money to Europe or to China. And I said, don't bet against America. And guess who was right? Dr. Paul Cottrell. While all those stupid asses out there on Bloomberg and on YouTube said, stay away from the equity market. If you listened to me, you would have earned 20% on your money. In what? 4 months? April, May, June, July? In 4 months. 20%. Shit. And I gave it to you for free.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style, at any scale.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the front end of the curve and future policy decisions. Specifically, let's talk about September, because it feels like the market has really coalesced and decided that September looks more likely than not that we're going to see a rate cut. You were telling us in the commercial break, though, that that's not exactly a sure thing.
It's not a sure thing. I think there's in my opinion,
I would think that it's probably going to be October. October is always a weird month for the economy. You think about things that happen, October is like, oh my God. Now, part of that is a historic reason because you're doing the harvesting switch in agriculture. So there's a historical reason why October has always been a problem. All right? But, especially in the futures and borrowing money from the banks. And so there was the cash drain on the banks when people were borrowing money for harvesting. All right. But the point here is that just stay positive and keep on seeing that there are these different variables that are moving positive for the United States with the tariffs, with the Federal Reserve lowering the rates now, with manufacturing coming back, with the economic clustering, with the tax bill settled. These are all accelerants for the stock market. Now, when the stock market goes up, guess what? There is this wealth effect that happens. And more people start to buy. More people start to feel more comfortable. Now, there is a variable that is different than we've had in prior epochs, economic epochs. And that's artificial intelligence and what that will do to the labor market. We don't know. We don't know for sure. But I think in the short term, there's going to be some people that are going to be having a hard time getting jobs, but there's also going to be in the near term productivity gains. So that's going to be very important for the stock market. The point, the question is in the medium term, what would that mean in terms of the labor force? Does that mean massive unemployment? Will it be structural? Or are we going to have creative destruction? We don't really know. All right? We don't know. But in the short term, at least until 2026, this is going to be a rally.
I think if I were in my former seat, I would be tilting very seriously to thinking about cutting in September. So there are cross currents, and here's why I say tilting. We're running above 2% inflation, whether we like it or not. The tariffs are going to raise costs. Some of it will negotiate with suppliers. Some of it will come out of margining.
Yeah, some of it will be soaked up by the supplier. Some of it's going to come out of margins. Some of it will go to the end user. It's about a third. Now, a third of 10% is not much. You see the point? That's not that much on a Nike shoe. Meanwhile, that revenue is going in to the government, so they don't have to raise your taxes, and they don't have to issue more debt.
Some of it will translate into prices. We also have a very tight labor force, which makes wages a little bit stickier, although we see some weakness there. At the same time, you got an AI boom, you've got global overcapacity in manufacturing, you've got regulatory relief coming, you got sluggish growth. All those things are disinflationary. So if I'm going into September, I'm saying.
Let me think this. Wait. So we have these components that are disinflationary, and you have this 1/3 component that's potentially going to be inflationary. I think the disinflationary is going to offset the inflationary, and you might even have lower prices on goods. So why does the Federal Reserve keep on thinking that there's going to be inflation? This is the point I'm making. It's political. They didn't want to lower rates for Biden. Or I'm sorry, they didn't want to higher rates for Biden. All right, when there was inflation. And when there's no signs of inflation, they don't want to lower rates. They want to keep rates at, or maybe even raise rates, or scare people they might need to raise rates. It's political what he's saying. What's going on? Political. Because they keep on saying, well, we just need more data. We need more data. We need more data. That's cover for them to say, it's political. It's political. It's political.
Jobs report to confirm what we've seen, this trend, which you'll see in early September. Yeah, I'd be inclined to believe that maybe I'm willing to take some risk in order to head off a further weakening in the economy, understanding I also got to have some confidence that while prices are edging up, when we look back a year from now, these disinflationary forces will make those price increases more likely to be one time, not persistent. But that's the tension that they've been balancing.
That tension, is it worse than you've seen in some time? The conflict of the Fed's dual mandates?
It's been some time since we've been in a situation that we were at risk of not meeting our employment mandate and we were having above trend inflation. And so normally, okay, job market's strong, we can be tough on inflation. Now we've got an issue with both. And so this weakening.
Wait a minute. Job market was strong, and we had that bout of inflation under Biden, but they thought it was transitory. According to what he's saying, they should have raised rates. And when they, quote, found the mistake of their analysis and realized it wasn't transitory, why didn't they shock the system? It had enough buffer to do because the labor force was robust. Because it's political. The Federal Reserve has always been political. And it's not this bullshit that's not. When they like a certain party's stance, they will be accommodated. When they don't like a certain party's stance, they won't be accommodated.
If it persists, it means I'm going to have to take more risk. And my guess is that will mean taking a serious look at cutting 25 basis points in September. But I would caution that doesn't mean we're starting a rate cutting cycle. After September, if we cut, you wipe the slate clean and take a fresh look at November, fresh look at December. Remember, we got tax incentives coming. We're still running a historically high deficit. We have accelerated depreciation coming. And so I think you'll shorten up your time frame, take it one meeting at a time. But for September, I'd be seriously thinking about cutting.
All right. I think it's going to be October. But maybe it is September. But either way, they're not doing, they're slow walking it because they don't like Trump. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. It's going to boost up your ATP levels. It's going to help with youthful gene expression and get rid of cells that are in senescence. Super important to take every day. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. You stack it with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60, clarity factor. These are all great supplements to stack with resveratrol to get the max benefits. Omega-3. Also, a very important supplement, reduces systemic inflammation and helps with your lipid profile. It helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By taking omega-3, you're going to help your cardiovascular health. Super important. Digestive enzyme complex helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. When you're 40 years of age, guess what? I don't care how healthy you are, your pancreas isn't functioning as well as when it was younger. You're going to need digestive enzyme complex to break up those proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. So it's easier on your digestive system so you can absorb those nutrients, reduce the load on your pancreas and the stress on the pancreas. It also has bromelain in it, so that's an enzyme that's fibrinolytic, and the proteolytic enzymes in here will also break up glycoproteins. And this is the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex in 2020. Remember that little issue that we had from China? Nattokinase, fibrinolytic, breaks up clots and helps with your lipid profile, helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By improving your lipid profile, you reduce plaque formation. And vitamin D3 and K2, you take them together, dual purpose. It's going to help with building denser bone when you take in calcium and you do resistance training, but also D3 and K2 help with your cardiovascular system because it helps to pull some of that calcium out that's deposited around plaque and also reduce further calcium deposit. This is the reason why when you hit about age 50, it's important to do a calcium screening. You do a calcium screening to find out where your calcium levels are, but you can lower those numbers. Now, when I turned 50, I had a calcium screening and it was 0. All right. That's where you want to be. Many people are not 0. All right. But you can reduce it. How? By taking D3 and K2. And over time, with proper diet and exercise, you can mitigate this issue. Now, you got to remember, calcium depositing is happening, but also plaque depositing is happening. And that plaque formation is caused by LDL oxidizing, getting eaten up by a macrophage and turning into a foam cell. So you have to take the supplements that are like omega-3 and nattokinase to reduce the LDL levels, soak up those free radicals by taking antioxidants like C60 and turmerics. And by doing that, you're reducing the chance of the plaque being formed. So, and over time, you can slow this depositing and pull some of it out. Can't pull all of it out, but you can pull some of it out over time. So that means that if you get an ultrasound on your carotid and you have, let's say, 50% blockage or 75% blockage, over time, by proper diet and exercise and taking the proper supplementation, especially what's in my cardiovascular box, you can slowly reduce the blockage. You can't go from 75 to 0, but you can go from 75 to 25 or 75 to 15. That's a huge difference, but it takes some time to do it. It doesn't happen immediately. Depends on the amount of blockage you have, but you can reduce it. But it's a lifestyle change and it's using the proper supplementation. But it can be done. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3, the K2. It's a great stack for bones and for cardiovascular. The nattokinase is a fibrinolytic and to help with the lipid profile. Omega-3, bring down that inflammation and help with that lipid profile. Digestive enzyme to help with your pancreas, and resveratrol to have youthful gene expression. That's a pretty powerful stack that I just showed you. And oh, by the way, if you were listening to me in April, you make more than 20% on your money, your new money that was deployed in the market. So why don't you give me some love and go to my store and buy my products, because I give you free information. All right, let's listen to Joe challenges Besant on BLS shakeup. What evidence is there? No, let's not. All right, let's listen to JP Morgan.
Welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're going to be introducing you to our all-new TradingView Smart AI Indicator, developed in collaboration with OpenAI. Now, this system offers AI-powered insights.
For market reaction, let's bring in Stephen Parker, co-head of Global.
Why do you need OpenAI to tell you what to do? I just told you what to do. And if you listened to me, you would have made over 20% on your money in 4 months. You don't need OpenAI. You just need DrPaulCottrell.
Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Stephen, great to have you with us. So we just got claims data better than expected, but we had the jobs data from last week. How do you view where we are in jobs and how that impacts what the Fed is going to do later this year?
Yeah, we think the weakness that we saw last week in the labor report is not a surprise. We expected that the delayed impact from tariffs and uncertainty earlier this year was going to play its way through to the economy. Our view is we're going to continue to see a slowdown into the second half, but we're not going to see a recession. And importantly, we think that we're setting ourselves up for a growth recovery next year, and that's what markets are going to focus on.
In a slowdown environment, what sorts of sectors do you want to be in? Are you of the belief that big cap tech is growth in any environment?
Yeah, we still are big believers in the tech story. The AI story is only gaining momentum. 60% growth in AI-related CapEx last year, 60% this year. That's going to continue to drive us forward. But it's not just a tech story. There's other sectors with secular tailwinds that we really like, namely financials and utilities. We think the utility story is really interesting. Power demand is growing faster than the broader economy, a lot because of AI. Utilities, infrastructure are going to be the way to play that.
Both of those sectors have had quite a strong run. So all of the sectors actually that you like have had really strong runs year to date. And so I'm wondering how you think about utilities, because it's not necessarily the defensive sector that it used to be. There's an edge of offense as well when you layer in the energy demand from AI.
That's actually what gets us excited. Mm-hmm. We think that you have still some of those defensive characteristics. It's still highly regulated. You've got greater certainty around earnings. You have that power demand. You also have that attractive dividend. If the Fed's going to start cutting like we think they will, that's going to become more attractive. But you get up something of an upside call option on this AI and power demand story, which is why we like the utilities.
For financials, I'm curious, do you like big cap financials or the smaller? I'm thinking, if you take a look at some of the regionals or if you go down the cap scale on banks, you might be looking for M&A to be a story, but the big cap, banks, some could argue are overvalued historically compared to themselves.
We don't think so. We think that the earnings power for the larger banks is actually stronger and more sustainable today than it has been historically. There's less economic sensitivity because of the diversification. We think deregulation is going to be a big part of this financial story, and that's going to benefit the larger banks because of capital return. It also potentially is going to benefit some of those smaller and mid-cap regional banks because we think M&A could pick up.
But like just for an example, JP Morgan at 2.4 price to book, that's not expensive in your view.
Well, again, we think a lot of the companies, whether it's the financials or in the tech sector where valuations look a little bit expensive, it's because the fundamentals today are actually much stronger than they've been historically. You look at the diversified business models that a lot of these large cap banks have, you don't have the same sort of sensitivity. A growth slowdown like we expect in the second half of this year historically would have been really bad for banks. We don't think they're going to face the same sort of earnings pressure as they have in the past.
I started Tai Chi at 50. Now I'm 68. And doctors ask me for advice.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer.
All right, this is CNN demonizing Trump.
President Trump's trade war with American allies. Tariffs on imported goods are now at their highest levels since the Great Depression. Products from Mexico and Canada are exempt from those duties if and only if they comply with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement. Otherwise, Mexican imports face 25% tariffs, while Canadian goods face 35%. Joining us now is the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford. Premier Ford, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, President Trump negotiated the agreement with...
But the Canadians wouldn't have any tariffs if they just fell in line and just accepted Trump's offer, become part of the United States of America.
And then Mexico, during his first term, to replace NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. You say, and now he could suddenly, all of a sudden, open up the USMCA. What makes you think that?
He should.
Well, first of all, I start off every interview with saying how much we love Americans, how much we love the U.S.
NAFTA and MCA, or whatever the hell it's called, it destroyed the manufacturing economic clustering of the Midwest. And we need to roll it back and put pressure on countries that benefited for the last 35 years from that crazy policy and bring back that economic clustering to the United States. Elicit pain on Canada, especially Windsor. Why? Because a lot of the tool and die industry out of Detroit went to Windsor. So why can't we, and it caused a lot of pain in Detroit. Why don't we do the same to Canada? But that all the pain should be affected by American citizens? No, maybe some of the Canadians should also feel the pain too. NAFTA was a terrible deal for the worker. It was great for Walmart. It was great for these families that are now multi-billionaires while they gutted American manufacturing.
And as I've said on this show many times, that a tariff on Canada is a tax on the American people. And as you've seen, the study from Yale, it's going to cost Americans $2,400. Manufacturing employment in the U.S., there's over 37,000 people since April have lost their jobs.
See what he's saying? See, he's trying to demonize the policy. It's a tax on American consumers. But remember what tariffs do? It reduces the need for taxes, and it reduces the need to issue more debt. And there's an added benefit. By having tariffs, it pushes manufacturers to manufacture in the country, in our country, in the United States. That builds up our economic cluster over time. That's all beneficial for the robustness of the economy, for the United States. So tariffs is a good thing. And the consumer isn't going to take 100% of the tariff. It's going to take at most, in some categories, at most a third of the tariff. So a third of 10%, a third of 35%. It's the transnational capitalists that are going to hurt the most because they're being forced to move their manufacturing back to America and stop the labor arbitrage. But you got this guy that this guy is just pushing. This guy's just pushing the same bullshit agenda that the transnational capitalists want you to hear. The consumer is going to hurt. Really? Really? If that's so true, why does the transnational capitalist spending so much money and so much of their energy on trying to demonize the policy? Do they really care about the consumer? Of course
it's not working. Let's create the Ancan Fortress, two strongest countries in the world. Again, this is hurting the American people as the rest of the countries, including Canada, is diversifying our trade. We're seeing a 25% increase in trade with European Union. The UK is up by 30%. So as we're diversifying and onshoring products, the American...
All right, so let me get this straight. He wants to sell maple syrup from Canada and get croissants from France. Go ahead. Bring back the American manufacturing to the United States and elicit some pain on Windsor, Canada.
Well, they're losing their jobs.
What would the impact be for Canada and for the U.S. if President Trump pulled out of that agreement?
Well, it would be...
Well, it would be unfortunate. We directly employ, just Ontario alone, 9 million Americans, and across the entire country of Canada, it's probably closer to 20 million Americans rely on Canada for jobs, and vice versa. We rely on jobs with trade with the U.S., but it's just hurting both countries. And as we're diversifying, and
hurts Canada more.
Onshoring products that are typically made
hurts Canada more. Hurts multinational corporations more.
U.S., no matter if it's aluminum cans or tins or steel beams, we're onshoring everything. We're very, very concerned with the actions of the Trump administration, and President Trump and Secretary Lutnick, they're smart guys.
Heaven forbid Lutnick and Trump work together to bring back American manufacturing, make America great again, make it in America. Now let me get this straight. United States of America, I can. Right? American, I can. Now in Canada, I don't see I can. It's can. There's not an I.
Like, they understand numbers. And when you see 37,000 Americans have lost their jobs, that can't pay the rent or can't pay a mortgage, put food on their table, and this is just going to grow even more. 6.2 billion in tariff-related costs to the auto sector, and that's going to increase. So the auto workers are going to be losing their jobs.
Maybe the OEM, especially GM, should have made their vehicles in the United States instead of looking for labor arbitrage. Now, the problem is that the UAW forced some of these automakers to find cheaper solutions. Now, to the credit of Ford, they are the OEM that has the most content of American-made content. But still, Ford does a lot of content in Canada and Mexico. But to Ford's credit, it makes the most American-made content vehicle. GM doesn't, but GM used to be as GM goes, America goes. That was the phrase. GM was such a powerful corporation. It still is. It has a lot of manufacturing capability. Way more than Tesla will ever have. Over 100 years of investment in manufacturing. It's going to take a while before other automakers even come close to what they can do. All right? But GM sold out. And not just that, to make insult worse to the American taxpayer. When GM was on the ropes during Lehman, who bailed them out? The American taxpayer. What did GM do? Ship jobs to Canada and to Mexico. No, GM needs to feel some pain.
Canada, Premier Ford, preparing for that possibility now. Have you warned your Prime Minister, Mark Carney, that Canada needs to take action?
Absolutely, and we're doing it as we speak right now. We're onshoring manufacturing jobs that typically are American jobs. We have a market here that we can sustain it, and we're lowering taxes. We're making sure we're competitive for companies to come and invest in Canada. Ontario alone last year attracted over $40 billion of investment, creating more jobs, more opportunities.
40 billion. Trump goes to the Middle East for 3 days and brought $1 trillion. Now, 40 billion of FDI to Canada. 40 billion. Lutnick is saying that we're bringing in almost 50 billion in tariffs a month. Do you see the difference in economies? We don't need Canada.
Much rather, work with our greatest ally and closest friend and increase jobs in both countries, and we can do that. We'd be the two.
No. Canada's future is to become the 51st state of the Union. And then you wouldn't have this problem.
Strongest nations in the world economically. That's our goal, but unfortunately, President Trump doesn't want to go down that avenue. He wants to hurt the American people, and that's exactly what he's doing.
No,
do you know when Prime Minister Carney of Canada is next scheduled to speak with President Trump?
I'd imagine over the next few days, Wolf, but we're going to continue the dialogue and communication to the best of our ability.
It's strange to me. Trump has repeatedly said over these past several months that he wants Canada, our neighbor in the north, to become a 51st state of the United States. He hasn't said that, though, in a while. You still...
But Wolf Blitzer, George Washington wanted that too. Hamilton wanted it. Madison wanted it. Thomas Jefferson wanted it. So let's be honest. Our founding fathers wanted it. But there was a little thing called the War of 1812 that stopped that from happening.
About his rhetoric on that front?
No, I'm not.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I teach people all over the world.
No, I'm not worried about that because that's never going to happen. We'll be your closest ally and closest friend for forever, as we have been for 200 years. And we will outlast the Trump administration, and we'll continue working with our great American partners.
What's the general impression of Trump in Canada?
He's probably the most disliked politician in the world in Canada because he's attacked his closest family member, and that's the way we look at on it. And when I talk to the governors and senators and Congress people, even Republicans.
I can't wait till the Olympics for hockey. America, I can't.
Totally disagree, but they're too scared to come out and say anything because the president will go after them. Outside of a few senators, and I want to thank them for coming out and standing with not just American people, but their closest friends and allies, which is Canada. And again, we love the Americans. It's unfortunate President Trump decided to go down this road.
And just to be totally transparent, as someone who grew up on the U.S.-Canada border in beautiful Buffalo, New York, I love Canada as well. I love the Canadians and always have. The Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, is you.
Then America should ship Wolf Blitzer to Canada. And he can have his holidays with the perma bears in Canada, in the tundra. All right? I mean, talk about a sellout. I'll tell you. Wolf Blitzer is a total sellout.
Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich is joining us from New York right now. Vanessa, countries are paying these new tariffs. What kinds of products are we really talking about?
Yeah, well, Wolf, these are historic tariff levels not seen in nearly a century. We have not seen tariffs at these rates since the 1930s, and following that was the Great Depression. And all countries are being hit. The minimum is 10%, but then it's ratcheted up to 50% for some countries. This is President Trump's big bet. He believes that he's going to shrink trade deficits with other countries and believes that he's going to move manufacturing to the United States. Here are some of the countries that are impacted. Look at that high rate for Brazil. Switzerland, 39%. That's actually higher than the initial tariff of 31% that was announced on.
This was published 20 minutes ago. Now, yesterday, Tim Cook said that they were bringing back manufacturing. They're investing in manufacturing in the United States with their glass for the iPhone and iWatches. But not just that, the chip manufacturing suppliers are moving to the United States. And they're investing in $600 billion worth of investment in the United States. Apple is investing in the United States $600 billion over 4 years. Now, these chip makers are moving to the United States and building fabs. So it's happening already. Where is the truth that's coming out of CNN? They're saying, oh, tariffs, he's using them to push manufacturing and maybe it's not going to happen. But it's happening. It's happening like now, not like maybe. It's happening now. They're breaking ground. They're building stuff. I'm telling you, the pendulum is swinging back to conservatism and swinging back to American-made policy. But what also is part of this is that it'll allow us to sustain a military posture against China. And that's where the big game is. The big game here is the Pacific theater, making sure that we maintain our hegemonic power. But CNN just cares about what the establishment wants, which is don't move the cheese to the new restaurant. Keep the cheese at the old restaurant. Let the American worker pay higher taxes, issue more debt, and just give them peanuts. Reduce manufacturing capability. And oh, the lawyers and the politicians and Wall Street will be happy with just pushing paper. Demonize hard work. Demonize making things. That's what CNN represents. CNN represents don't move the cheese to the new restaurant. Don't move the cheese so the American worker can actually be a producer, not just a consumer. Heaven forbid that the cheese goes to a new restaurant so we have God, country, and family. No, keep it at the old restaurant where it demonizes God, country, and family. Let's have a bunch of woke individuals running the town, burning it down, having these educated elite liberals running these density these high density cities like Boston and New York and Chicago and LA and turn them into liberal shitholes.
Go ahead.
Literally liberal shitholes. That's what CNN
I don't know how to respond to that.
That's what CNN is saying. That's what CNN wants. To keep the cheese at the old restaurant. Well, the pigs at the trough just keep on getting bigger and bigger. Well, the American taxpayer withers away on the vine. That's what CNN wants. You know why? Because CNN gets lots of ad revenue from multinational corporations. And the multinational corporations have the most to lose, not the consumer in America, the most to lose if Trump policies show that it will be economically viable and produce economic clusters. So CNN knows where their bread is buttered. It's Cargill. It's Nike. It's these multinational corporations that have been literally sucking the lifeblood out of the American taxpayer. But let's go back to CNN.
Liberation Day. You have India, 25%. Trump has threatened to move that up to 50%. Vietnam, Cambodia, other East Asian countries at 20%, 19%, and the Europe.
And why didn't she go, and India's rate may go up, comma, because they're buying Russian weaponry that's help funding the war in Ukraine, comma. Blah, 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 blah.
Union, a major trading partner, Wolf, sitting at 15%. They actually negotiated that tariff level as Trump was trying to bring that even higher, but a significant historic day as nearly all countries now hit with historic tariff levels.
Vanessa, how much is this going to cost average Americans?
Let's see what CNN has to say about that.
Yeah, well, this is going to hit a lot of products that we Americans love to buy. Computers, electronics, coming in from countries like China, Vietnam, Malaysia being hit with 30, 20, 19% tariffs. Clothing and shoes.
Let me think about it. All right, toys, alcohol, watches, clothing and shoes, computers and electronics. But how much is it going to increase, honey? How much? What's the dollar amount? An average laptop, 1,700, maybe 1,500. All right. Okay. Let's just work this out roughly. 1,500 for a laptop. Okay. Now let's say that there's a 25% tariff on it. All right. And that would mean that if the price was pushed to the consumer 100%, which it's not, even Goldman Sachs is saying that, all right, it would be at 1,875. So we're not talking about a whole lot of money. And that's one of the higher items on that list. The toys, the alcohol, the clothing, that's at a lower price point, right? Watches, depends on the type of watch. But most likely, most people aren't buying a $1,500 watch. They're probably buying a $500 watch. All right, but okay. But for a laptop, for 1,500, it's now going to cost you 1,875 if you absorb all 25%. So that's an increase of $375. But if you use the average of what's going to happen, which is a third, right? A third is going to be absorbed by the manufacturer. A third is going to be absorbed by the margins of the company. And a third will be absorbed by the end consumer. You're talking about an increase of $125. So that would mean that a $1,500 laptop is now $1,625. Now, I'd rather do that and bring back the economic clustering in the United States and make these fab manufacturing facilities in Arizona and Texas and build manufacturing capability in the United States and pay $125 more on a laptop. See the stupidity of this? Trump is 100% right on this. 100% right. Where he goes wrong is that he's not staying the course. He has a tendency to chicken out, right? When he's doing these trade deals. And that's the high-end product. The high-end product. $125 more for a laptop.
India, going to be hit with 30, 20%, 25 tariffs. Watches now on the list because of Americans' love for Swiss watches. That's going to be tariffed at 39%. Alcohol coming in from the European Union, countries like France and Italy.
Really? Swiss watch market has been going down. Why? Because there's been so many people that have been buying Apple watches. You don't believe me? Look around your community. How many people actually have a watch or an Apple Watch? And you'll find that more than 50% have an Apple Watch. So that means there's not many people buying a Swiss watch. Now I know that there was a documentary that was made out there that I'm sure that you can find where it was talking about how the industry was starting to decline because of technology with these smartwatches. And these watchmakers no longer have that demand. And it's a very high, to do the design of these Swiss watches, this, these more of the older type watches, that's a skill. That's a unique skill that most people don't have. All right. Now, I purchased Shinola. That's made in Detroit. It's a great watch, very high quality, very robust, and it's an excellent watch. Right? So I won't buy a smartwatch. But the thing is that most people are buying smartwatches from Apple. So is it really an issue? Really? And guess what? That glass is now going to be manufactured in the United States. So you're supporting an American product, an American manufacturing by buying a Apple Watch. Now, I'm not going to buy an Apple Watch, but many people are. So is the watch industry, are Americans really going to be affected that much by it? And even if they did, again, if they buy a Swiss watch, maybe $1,000, maybe $500. Most people don't buy really expensive watches.
That's wine and spirits going to be tariffed at 15%, and toys being tariffed at 30 to 20% coming in.
All right, so Jack Daniels, let's just say, is at $35. Let's say it's probably not, but let's just say it's $35 a bottle. All right, or not Jack Daniels. Some sort of, let's say some alcohol from another country. All right, some sort of whiskey or whatever, or bourbon or whatever. $35 a bottle, and let's say that it's at 25. So now that's not 35 times 25, right? It's now going to be at $43.75. But not all of it is going to be absorbed by the consumer. All right, 1/3 on average. So so the increase in your alcohol is about $3, maybe $4 a bottle. Where's the data? Where's the absolute numbers? Why didn't someone on CNN do something similar to what I'm doing? Crunch the number. Take the average of that particular product category, what the average tax, what the average tariff rate would be. All right. And show the delta. Show us the numbers so we understand what this means. $3 a bottle is not a big deal. $125 on a laptop is not a big deal. $50 on a watch is not a big deal.
China and Vietnam. There are many, many estimates to suggest what this may cost American families. The most recent estimate that we have is from the Yale Budget Lab just this month, projecting that because of all of these tariffs, if they stay in effect, it's going to cost the average family $2,400 a year. Obviously, that is significant, as Americans we know are worried about these tariffs, worried about their finances, worried about inflation. That is a significant hit to the average American family, Wolf.
Indeed, it is, Art. That's your favorites. Thank you very, very much.
Wait a minute. She kind of mixed her words. Americans, the American consumer, which they should be a producer, not a consumer, but the American consumer is worried about their job and tariffs and inflation. Well, wait a minute. They're saying that tariffs and inflation are one and the same. They're saying that tariffs are going to cause the inflation. So they're just worried about the inflation. Meanwhile, we have sticky inflation from the Biden administration still, because we had a Federal Reserve that was playing politics, or they're just completely incompetent, or both. I just can't take it. it's so biased. It's amazingly biased. If you really wake up and just pay attention to what they're saying, they have an agenda. They're pushing an agenda. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Most people that take CoQ10, most likely you're taking the wrong type. All right, this is the most bioavailable form. You can't buy anything better than this. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. What CoQ10 does is it soaks up free radicals and it helps with mitochondrial health and boost up your energy levels. Ubiquinol also helps to protect your neurons. Super important. Myotrol. Myotrol helps to build muscle. It helps with the gene expression to maintain and build muscle. Do resistance training, take Myotrol. Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression. It also helps with the health of the mitochondria because you need a lot of ATP to maintain and build muscle. Vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondria. You have more ATP. Vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex, especially vitamin B12, helps with neuron health. Now, think about that for a second. If you stack, right, and you're age 40 or older, you're age 40 or older, right? Taking the vitamin B complex to boost up your metabolism and protect your neurons. Take the Myotrol to build muscle and maintain muscle, because most people, when they start turning 40, they atrophy with their muscle. And taking ubiquinol to soak up free radicals, boost up the health of the mitochondria, and to protect your neurons. This is a powerful stack right here, protecting your neurons, you're building muscle, reducing atrophy, soaking up free radicals, boosting up ATP. Really important stack here. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin B complex, the Myotrol, and the ubiquinol. Use discount 5. Get $5 off. And don't be a wolf blitzer. A wonderful Buffalonian that loves Canada. God, I just can't stand that guy. Please go to my store and get C60. C60 is a potent antioxidant. It's the second pillar of my core protocol. Why do I take C60? C60 will soak up free radicals, boost up the health of your mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. And by soaking up free radicals at the cellular level, you're reducing stress and the cell will perform better. When you do that at the tissue level, the tissues perform better. You do that at the organ level, the organs perform better. You soak up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing the formation of oxidized LDL. When you reduce the formation of oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. That's good for your cardiovascular health. Taking a strong antioxidant, soaking up free radicals at the vascular level is helping your vascular system. By taking C60, you're going to help with your neurons. You're going to boost up the ATP in those neurons because the mitochondria is going to be healthier. You need lots of mitochondria to make neurotransmitters. And when you're reducing the stress of the neuron, guess what? The myelin sheath is healthier. And trust me, within 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have cognitive problems. So you better start paying attention and protecting those neurons. Now, C60, you can get in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, and you can get it also in MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be in a lipid, aka oil, so you can properly absorb it. It's best to take it on an empty stomach. Now, what you want to do is take a teaspoon a day, every day. Every day. What that does is it's going to soak up those free radicals. And by doing that, you're going to notice that your energy levels are up, your immune system is going to perform better, your endocrine system is going to perform better, and your brain is going to perform better. Now, why? Because you're reducing the stress. You're increasing ATP. You're soaking up those free radicals. Then you're helping your body to heal. All right? If you have a lot of free radicals floating around, you're oxidizing. That's what free radicals do. You're rusting. All right. This is the biological version of rust. All right. When you get older, you produce more free radicals and you can't clear them. And so you have to take supplements to soak up those free radicals. What are some of the common themes of aging? An increase in free radicals. You can't clear the free radicals. You have a reduction in energy because the mitochondrial health will go down. And then all of a sudden that your mobility starts to decrease and you have atrophy. You have cognitive decline and your immune system starts to go down. This is the reason why I keep on saying, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, boost up your energy levels. And what you're doing is you're targeting it. You're using these 3 vector points to reduce the aging process. And when you do this and you couple it with certain types of supplements, you get the max benefit with that synergistic stack. So take C60, take a teaspoon a day every day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration, but it's really important to take every day. All right. Now, you stack it with some of the other things that I've been saying. You can stack C60 with resveratrol. You can stack it with NAD plus and ubiquinol, clarity factor. You can stack it with vitamin B complex. Another great stack with C60 is the core protocol that I've been talking about. And that is the max 35, max 14, or cleanse to boost up the immune system. C60 is the second pillar to soak up the free radicals. The third pillar, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. What does that do? It brings down inflammation. That helps your immune system. And what that also does is it also helps your cardiovascular system because you're bringing down that inflammation even at the vascular level. So less plaque buildup. And tumor boosts up those energy levels and revs up your metabolism. All these things are attacking the vectors of aging. This is the reason why I don't look like Alex Jones, but I'm older than Alex Jones. And by the way, better looking and much fitter than Alex Jones. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, I'll give you a free gift. You know why? Because I'm a nice guy. And I hate seeing it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. With that, let's continue. All right, what's going on here about the 401k accounts to private assets, executive order? It was just signed.
Wealthfront offers a cash account that has one of the highest interest rates on the market.
If I send my money to Wealthfront, I know that it's being taken care of.
Knowing that President Trump expected to sign an executive order today to allow private assets, crypto assets into 401ks. Yes, it's a great opportunity for private equity to have access to these funds. For our purposes, I think the bigger conversation for us is to whether this is good or bad for investors. Josh, this is in your wheelhouse if ever an issue was.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
I wrote a 3,800 word blog post about this on Monday. So if anyone wants to go to Downtown Josh Brown and get my expanded thoughts, but big picture, Judge, I like the idea of there being choice. I just question whether or not, if we all agree it's very hard to pick an active stock mutual fund in advance that's going to outperform, and I think most people would agree that's not easy to do. The amount of dimensions of things that could go wrong with private markets is like 10x. So I would equate picking a public stock mutual fund to playing chess. This is like a 12-sided Rubik's Cube. You've got liquidity issues, you've got opacity, you can't actually do due diligence on the underlying assets. You really have to rely on the fund sponsor to do that.
Right.
There are a lot of different reasons.
People should have choice. But if you want to be prudent, especially for retirement savings, investing in private equity and investing in crypto is not the best idea. You want to be conservative and you want to be consistent. All right? Don't look for like massive returns, because massive returns in a short amount of time means more volatility. And private equity is not liquid. And crypto is an unknown beast. It has a lot of volatility and it could crash. Now, it's not worth your savings. Now, are there going to be people that are stupid that think, well, I could get 25% return in a year? Well, yeah, but you can also have a negative 15% return. The volatility is much greater. And private equity is a black box. There's not a lot of regulation with it, and there's not a lot of liquidity. So who's going to benefit from private equity? The people that are on the other side. They get stupid investors to invest in the fund so they have money to be able to do their private equity deals. And then behind the scenes, what they do, the owners of the private equity firm, they can write big checks to themselves and leverage up the companies that they buy. Meanwhile, the investment community that is involved in the private equity gets the shit end of the stick when things all fall apart. Don't do it. Don't do it. Trust me, don't do it.
Why most people don't need this. That being said, you're dying to have your money, at least a sleeve of it, in private equity, private credit. There are probably worse ways to do it. You do it in a sleeve of your 401k and the fees aren't egregious, maybe it works out. My personal opinion is it's a nice to have, not a necessary to use.
The individual investor already has access to these products. They haven't had them through their 401k or retirement plans, but they have had access to them.
I know worth people.
Yes, but even lower net worth through platforms like we go out to the CASE conference every year, which is a platform that connects the asset managers like the private equity firms to the RIA community, so that the regular Joe.
These are for $500 million allocations. Now we're talking about a 401k. A person allocating $5,000.
I understand, but there's a definite difference between the two.
Yeah.
But this is not the first foray that regular investors have had into the alternative.
Let me give you an example. I mean, because I'm part of the Harvard alumni and the Harvard community, I get tons of emails from private equity that is targeting alumnus from Harvard. All right. And I won't invest in private equity because it's not liquid. It's not a liquid asset. Now, a lot of times you have to lock it in for 5 years. And the thing is it's a shell game. All right. If you just take my advice and you have your savings, all right, either private or just in a fund that is for your retirement, and you put a certain amount of money aside, all right, so you have an account that's invested, but in that account you have also 12 to 25% of that portfolio in money market, then when the market does correct, does sell off, like we had in April, you can deploy that 12 or 25% into the market and get that return when it mean reverts. And in the case that we saw, it was more than a 20% return. Most market corrections are around 10% return, maybe an additional 5+% return. So in a typical situation, you would get about a 10% return on that 12% or 25% of new deployed capital. You gain it, and then you take it out again. Once it gets to the high point, and you take it out and put it aside and wait for the next one. You will make more money doing that every time the market corrects than doing this private equity horseshit.
First, this just ups the ante when you start talking about retirement plans.
It does, but also you can buy through BDCs. You can buy Ares, you can buy Sixth Street Lending, which is what we own. You can own some of the Golub funds, and you're getting access to private capital, to private credit, right? Through those. Why not go that way? Hercules.
For the 401k, people aren't buying individual tickets. That's why. The point is, it's an $8 trillion honeypot. The 401k market, it's $8 trillion. If private equity can get to 5%, they're at zero now. Okay, 5%. That's 400. I mean, we're talking about $400 billion, and the fees.
Right, and that's what the private equity is trying. They're trying to get the stupidity of the investor, and it's going to be the ones that are benefit from this. It's not the investor; it's going to be the money managers and the private equity firms, because they need the capital. All right, and they're taking it from you. So it's stay away from this. All right, I'm all for people having choice, but stay away from this private equity for your 401k, and stay away from crypto in your 401k. It's too volatile. And you can do strategies like I just mentioned, where you set aside some cash in a money market, and when the time is right, then deploy it. Get to the high point again, maybe a little bit above, and then take it back out. You take that cash back out, 12% or 25%, depending on how much you want to put aside. All right, that's a better strategy. But you just have to wait. Sometimes you have to wait 2.5 years before the next big market correction happens. But you just wait it out, because over time, you're going to benefit way better than this undulation of the private equity market. And what's probably going to happen is that the private equity market will look kind of really good for the next 3 to 3 years, right? And then all of a sudden it crashes because of some bad management, or the economy takes a hit. But private equity is usually leveraged buyouts. And leveraged buyouts basically mean this. They have money, the private equity firm has money that they buy into a company that's distressed. They have that money that, and it's distressed because on the balance sheet, not the balance sheet, the income statement. So their revenues are declining. All right. So the private equity comes in, recapitalizes them, restructures them. They have a good balance sheet. They leverage that balance sheet and borrow money from the bank. Some of that borrowed money, most of that borrowed money goes to the company. Some of it goes to the private equity as shareholder returns. All right, they actually issue it back to the private equity. So the company that they bought took are on the hook for a loan from the bank that the private equity company came in to buy. So it's a complex situation. All right, you have a company that's distressed. A private equity company comes in. Let's say the company is worth $100 billion. All right. The private equity company comes in, puts in, let's say, 20% of the worth of the company, $20 billion. They come in, they put in $20 billion. The balance sheet for the company is 100. But they're distressed because sales or bad management or whatever, that their industry is declining, whatever it is. The private equity company takes control of the company, borrows money from the assets of the company, and the company is on the hook for paying the loan. Not the private equity company, the company that they bought. So the private equity company puts in the $20 billion. That company takes a $100 billion loan from a bank. The bank loves it because you have a private equity company coming in saying that they're going to support the company, and the assets that they're supporting, being able to support the payments to the bank. All right. And what happens is that shortly after, the private equity company pays themselves back the $20 billion because the company took a $100 billion loan. They get the $20 billion plus, let's say they pull out another $10 billion. So the private equity company now made $10 billion in a very short amount of time. And what happens is that this company, in most cases, can't meet its debt obligations because they're in a declining industry or a declining company, and they default on the loan. The private equity company doesn't care if the company goes bankrupt because they already got their money. They got their $20 billion plus $10 billion. That's the game. And people for the 401k are going to invest in that kind of shit. Stupid, 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 stupid.
These funds are substantially higher than the funds that are traditionally used, like life cycle funds or index funds, which are 3 basis points Now you're gonna have people paying 100 basis points. Well, what are they getting for that 100 basis points?
Well,
that they
more
are
risk,
getting from
more
the
risk.
vanilla index. My question is like, you really think that's the route to outperform the S&P?
No, our diversification tool. You have to
Maybe
have the location like
Diversification tool, that maybe, but the thing is that it has probably high volatility. And when it has high volatility, when things start to go south, it's going to affect your portfolio even faster. Isn't it better to just, when the market starts to correct 10%, isn't it better just to take the money that's in your money market and deploy it, and you're buying low and selling high, than trying to play some bullshit game with a PE with private equity? Don't do it. Don't do it. So if people do this, if people use private equity in their 401k, you are stupid. You are literally stupid and deserve to lose your money. Because the other side of the equation is knowing that you're stupid and they're going to use you.
At 10% max in terms of exposure to private credit or private equity or private markets in general, especially given the liquidity. My concern is I'm not sure of.
The lack
thereof.
Yeah.
Like that's what bothers
There's
me.
no liquidity. If there was such liquidity, why would they need to try to find a scheme to get your money? That's the problem. It's a scheme. It's a scheme. Don't buy into it. Don't buy into it. Don't do it. Stupid.
Or retail investors understand or appreciate these are long-tailed assets.
Yep.
You're not getting your money back for a very long time.
Yep.
I know it's 401k, so maybe they're not expecting that, but this is not something like I can just go sell tomorrow.
No, the other side is that the world's evolved. I mean,
Sure.
People are looking for different kinds of assets beyond just stocks They're not and traditional funds. But they're not going to be uncorrelated. Right. So this is unfortunately, Cliff Aston spoke this volatility laundering. If you've got a portfolio of private company securities, whether they're bonds or stocks, and then you've got public corporate bonds and U.S. stocks, and you get into a recession, you're not getting that diversification benefit.
Exactly.
What you are getting
Right.
is a delay.
What happens is that when the market starts to come down and you have an illiquid industry like private equity, it's going to fall faster than the more liquid markets. Stupid.
Find out how much you're down. The private equity funds get to mark their portfolios periodically, whereas public stocks are marked to market every second of every day. But it's not like private equity is going to outperform in a negative environment or substantially outperform in a great environment. There's just sort of like a timing mismatch between when you actually learn what the pricing is.
Yeah, Josh, two more things on that too. First of all, you said 1% fees. That's being generous. That's like maybe at the top line what you're seeing. We all know
Higher.
it's obvious.
They're going to create new products though for 401ks.
Maybe, but you still know there's so many layers. There are so many hands in the pot. Like if you actually did forensic accounting on that, the fees would be really good. One other thing that's very important.
Please.
One of my family members just had another family member pass away. It was an 80-plus-year-old whose portfolio had been loaded up with these private vehicles, now passes down to the three kids, right? The three kids now all have inherited IRAs. They have all these private vehicles in them. They don't unlock for between 4 and 12 years. So they can't even access their money. See? I don't know why someone put an 80-year-old into these super locked up. Okay.
See? It's a scheme. It's a scheme.
Fine, we all do. And that goes back to the fee comment, right? And how many layers of fees. But I think there's a very pragmatic, very realistic downside to these, which is it's a problem. Like it was easy enough to pass them down to the kids, but now the kids are stuck when they actually need that liquidity.
See?
Parts. No two beat the same.
So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is 68 nutrients that you can see on the screen here. You can read the label on my website. It's a powder. Take it every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. This will focus on multiple systems: brain function, heart, vascular system, energy levels, metabolism. You'll be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better.
get rid of that brain fog, be able to lose weight safely. And you're going to have that energy level burn throughout the whole day. This can replace your breakfast or your lunch for the ones that are trying to lose weight. And it stacks really well with the barley that I'll talk about in a shortly. Take it every day. Stacks well with also C60 and the turmeric and the ashwagandha and the lignans. The max 35 and max 14 or cleanse. Now, heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high density protein. This will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. The more ways you soak up free radicals, the better your body will be. You will slow down the aging process. Because remember, people that get older rust. How do you rust? Through free radicals. If you soak up the free radicals, you don't rust. Simple, right? So, heirloom barley, take it every day. It's a powder. You can stack it with the Boomer Boost. Now, if you want all the benefits of heirloom barley, but you want to gain muscle, what you want to do is take gladiator barley and do resistance training. This will help you build strength, build muscle, stacks well with Cottrell and the Boomer Boost, C60, and it will help detoxify your body, bring down that inflammation. You'll recover quicker during your workout. And remember, by bringing down inflammation, it also helps your immune system and your endocrine system. And it'll help to soak up those free radicals. So gladiator barley is my choice to mix with the Boomer Boost, but some people prefer to mix it with the heirloom barley. It depends on if you're trying to build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you're going to get a free gift. And guess what? If you pay attention to me in these free videos and you help support the work, you're going to benefit. You're going to benefit through your health because you're following the advice I'm telling you. You're using the products that I use to slow down the aging process and to get healthy. But I'm also telling you, by surveying the news and looking at the mosaic, I'm telling you where some of the opportunities in the market are. Like, for example, with this whole 401k private asset stuff and private equity. This is a bad move, even though it's an executive order from Trump. I support Trump, but this is bad for your portfolio. Don't do it. Don't do it. There'll be a lot of people that do. They'll be stupid. And the private equity guys are going to be making the money, not you. Because when things start to fall, guess what? You have an asset that's not liquid. So just pay attention and help support the work that I do. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.